Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the day two of the quarterfinal of the Chessable Masters. This is uh, uh, this is one of the easier names to remember of all the tournaments that has been part of the Meltwater Champion Chess Tour, and we are back for the quarterfinals. Wesley So against Jordan Van Forest, Artemiev against Hikaru, Lee Kwang against Ali Reza, and Shaq against Aronian. A very different introduction today from yesterday, but I have to confess that I have scared away the people who are commentating with me, and I have had to do a much more mundane introduction because of that. As you can see, I'm alone right now, no one else joining me, and you can imagine how I might have scared them away. So that's a explanation behind the intro. So the games are about to begin in any moment now. And a big shout out to all the regulars who are here with us, Anshika, Ishan, and Drama Queen. Sorry, I already mentioned Ishan. The games have begun, by the way, and Hikaru, Arteme. So before we get into the games, a quick reminder of where the matches stand. The match between Artemiev against Hikaru, which you're seeing right now, is tied at 2-2 after the first set, and this is the second set. There will be 4 games of match play, and whoever scores more in these 4 games, will be through to the semi-final. Similarly, the other matches, Jordan Van Forest against Wesley So, Lee Kwang Lim against Ali Reza, and Mamad Yaro against Aronian. These are the matchups that we have today. And in the match between Aronian against Mamad Yaro, Aronian is leading. He won the first set. So Mamad has to strike back with in the second set today in order to equalize the match and take it to the tiebreak. The tiebreak will be 2 games of 5+3. And if it is tied after those 2 blitz games, then it goes into the Armageddon. The same way, Lee Kwang has defeated Ali Reza yesterday. So Lee Kwang just needs to score 2 out of 4 today in order to sail through to the semi-final. And Jordan and Wesley So and Artemiev against Hikaru. Both these games ended in a draw in the first set yesterday. Now, a big shout out to Jordan, who has successfully dissuaded Wesley So from playing Berlin on Move 3 and forced him to enter the main lines of Rylopus. Now, what a big accomplishment that is, to force a player from the elite to not stick to the Berlin. So the initial game will stick to Artemio Hikaru for some time as I chit chat with all of you guys, and let's see if anything interesting happens in the coming moments in the future. Actually, why don't you guys let me know which game do we focus on first? Do you want Artemio Hikaru? Do you want Mamadero Aronian, Lee Kwang Ali Reza, or Jordan Wesley? So we don't have Anish, we don't have Raja, we don't have any of the Indian players playing in this event. So I'm not even sure whom you know the best among the players who are playing right now. But meanwhile, we have some very interesting action in the Artemio Hikaru. It started with knight f3, d5, e3, the Reti opening. And after 4 moves, here Artemiev played that dreaded move, which also happened in Ganguly Gupish yesterday. Ganguly with the white pieces understandably lost. And the fifth move was b3. Now, not the best of moves in chess in general, but it is much better to play this on the fifth move than on the first move. So b3, bishop b7, bishop b2, takes, bishop e7. Usually, d into c4 is not taken so early in this setup. Usually, black waits for white to capture c into d5, but this was taken anyway. And on the 11th move, Artemir goes with rook g1 with the idea of g4, g5. Knight c6 with the idea of knight b4. So white just prevents it with a3. And after the opening, we have a pretty interesting position here, which we will get back because good one, Stephen Miller, good one. Yeah, so we'll get back to that. We'll get back to this. Meanwhile, Jordan against Wesley So, the crowd favorite, the chat favorite. And yeah, so here it went into the main line of the Rilopus. Meanwhile, we have a first guest joining us, one of the legendary publishing managers of Chessable, the man who will forever be known in the history as the guy who managed to publish AD's 1B3 course through its innumerable delays and obstacles. And I'm not sure if it's going to be, history will judge whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. But welcome back, Sahaj.
Thanks, Shri. That kind of an intro, there's nothing better than that. So thank you.
I mean, I have compared B3 to many things in my life, and I was going to.
Really? I would like to hear some examples there.
I was always going to compare it to the atomic bomb before I realized that atom has some uses. So there is a difference.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Is Keti there as well?
It seems like I have successfully scared away Keti from yesterday. So she will be joining us any moment, but she's going to join a bit later.
Oh, I see.
But not too late enough for the stories. She's going to exactly join us at the story time, which we don't know at what time yet. But do stay tuned, guys. Sahaj story is going to happen tonight.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping people forgot about that.
They don't forget such things.
So what are we looking at?
Yeah, so we have this Jordan against Wesley So, which was easily one of the most interesting matches yesterday. And Jordan played 6 d3 in the Rilopus. The main move is rook e1 here. d3 is also a common move, but the difference is it went into this main line where white played c3 and h3. Usually this pawn is on d4 and this bishop is on c2 in this position in the main line Rilopus. So the same position, it comes with a extra move for white, right?
Yes. Looks like it. And I was just last night when I left, I don't know if you realized, but it was the same game before, because we were discussing that exact game and we were discussing queen h6 and all of that stuff. And I felt so sad that as soon as I left, that happens.
Yeah, exactly. It was that epic game where Jordan won in like 19 moves, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I was just a bit distracted by this comment in the chat. Nihal played 1b3 in his last game in BL. Yes, I am aware of that. And Nihal has lost more games with 1b3 than the games that he has won. But okay, kids got to learn on their own sometimes. There's only so much you can teach. Something you can only learn with experience.
Nihal 1b3.
I taught him not to play 1b3. He did not listen. So then his opponents took over the job from me.
Maybe the best way to teach him would be to show him why b3 is wrong, right?
Yeah, but
can we expect a stream with like Nihal and you, and you taking black and Nihal only playing 1b3 against you, and you just showing him why this is why this is such a bad opening? Is this a plan in the future?
There are similar plans lined up on the Chess24 India channel, so do watch out. There might be some B3 and Catalan themed stuff in the future.
How do you theme them? That's my question. How do you theme B3 and Catalan in the same, like how do you talk about B3 and Catalan in the same conversation?
That's a good question. Yeah, don't you think it's a bit like it's a bit like talking about a Michelin star restaurant with McD?
I don't know who
Come on,
McD.
you know that. You know that. You know which is the fast food here and which is the fine dine restaurant.
Oh, I see. I see. In that sense, of course. Of course, of course. B3 is definitely, the fine dine choice here.
uh, so D4, 97, D5, all these things white usually gets like one move more. But in general, this position is good for white. He restricts black's pieces very effectively, the bishops and the knights. And after bishop b3, g6, knight b d2, king g7, it looks like white has a very nice position, no?
Yeah, I know. I've always thought about this position that whenever white plays b3, okay, that was not something that I meant to say. I just meant I was just talking about the b3 move in the position, just so you know. Um, but wow. But when you play b3, like the knight on a5 is, let's say, going to be in trouble for a long period of time. So I always looked at this position that whenever white plays d5, black should try to go knight c4 and knight b6 and just get out of this, dangerous move that is b3. Okay, that
Yes,
time it
but
was intentional.
but in this case, this knight is kind of impeded by this knight. Yeah, black will ideally prefer not to have this knight in this knight's path, and here it feels like he has too many pieces and too little squares, sort of like living in Delhi.
Okay, I can say the same for Chennai though.
I think Chennai has like half the population of Delhi.
I don't think that makes a difference. Okay. It's sort of, but there is a word for this knight on d7, knight on b6, right? There's a
Yeah,
specific term for it.
superfluous space.
No. That's not it. That's like a generic term for like a piece that looks good and isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But how does a knight on d7 or the knight on b6 look good? I mean, there's like a specific term, for the knights that like protect each other like that. I think it's something to do with a donkey, but I can't remember the exact term. But yeah, you have a good point in there that knight c4 would not make sense. In fact, when I was suggesting that, I think that black's knight should rather be on e8 instead, or f6, of course, because that in that case you have more space to move around. But yeah, f5 looks quite interesting. What are your thoughts here?
Uh, it looks like black has achieved some counterplay. It doesn't look like white has an easy way to try and respond against this. Yeah, f5, immediate threat of f4, trapping the bishop. And if white takes a into f5, g into f5, then d5 pawn is weak, and black has this very nice center. So instead, white goes b4,
Yeah, I think
takes, but
it's
now
reasoning
this
for that.
allows.
Don't worry, I won't pull a Keti here. You can ask.
Oh yeah, so white to play, guys. White to play. What would you do if it took me a while to see it myself. I first thought it was just a joke on Katie at Katie's expense. But yeah, white to play. What would you play here? And why did Wesley So go knight b7? So, Chad, your first question of the day, and be sure to type the correct notation. There is no hurry. This is not KBC. You're not getting into the hotspot for being the first person to, I mean, the hot seat for being the first person to type the right answer. So compose yourself and write the correct notation. Not a lot of responses in the chat. There's only one response, and I'm not even sure if that's a typo or if it's an attempt at some brilliant move.
I think it was. Yeah, but what will you do after that is the question.
Yeah, what will you do after that? Thank God Ishan does. Thank God the pawn is not on b2, so Ishan doesn't go like b3. But yeah, the answer is, I mean, the move here is knight into c4, knight into c4, and now simply bishop h6 check. You just get it out of the way. Motlani actually, I think, probably got it right.
Mm-hmm.
And this wins an exchange. And this is the reason why Wesley went knight b7. Again, this looks terrible, yeah, in terms of mobility. And
Absolutely. Yeah, this is why I don't like this knight on a5 because otherwise, if the knight doesn't move from a5 to b7, it just doesn't have any more squares. And whenever the knight goes to b7, it's completely immobilized, as you said.
yeah, again, it doesn't have any squares. The situation is not really improved.
Yeah, definitely.
Is opening up the center more advantageous for Wesley? Yeah, it is, because it undermines white center. So white has these 2 pawns in the center, e4 and d5. And with f5, what black is doing is he's trading this e pawn for the g pawn. So at the end of this whole transaction / trade, white loses 1 pawn in the center, black loses 1 pawn in the flank. So at the end of it, white's control of the center is considerably less than what it used to be.
True. And another point is that black has significantly less space here, so it's in black's best interest to open up the position so the pieces can move around a little bit more freely. I think am I smelling a tactic here?
After f4?
Yeah. Is there a tactic here?
I was actually wondering about the same thing, and I actually didn't see anything for white. Do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. It seems, yeah, it looks tempting for sure, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe he's threatening bishop c5. Yeah, but no. So curious. Did he actually agree to play bishop b6? Because that cannot be a good decision, right? Or do you think it's...
No, I don't like it at all. Then black gets... Yeah, this is exactly what happened in the game, but black gets free hand on the king side now.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it's a very effective and clever strategy by Wesley. So to, take Jordan out of his comfort zone, just try and get a position which was not in his computer before the game. And this tactic tends to be very effective against people who are too dependent on their preparation and too dependent on their surprise value in the opening. If against such a player you take them out of their comfort zone, I think they become weaker by about 50 points or so at least. They're still very strong players, but it takes away a big part of their strength when you don't allow them that control of the position that they get out of the opening.
True.
What do you think?
True. No, completely. I completely agree. In fact, I have been a victim of this exact same thing many times in my life. And of course, I have used this tactic many times as well. So yeah, I'm not gonna say names because, but yeah, this is a I think a relatively a common tactic, or rather a psychological tactic. Yeah.
Yep.
And Connor had a question: will Black have a weaker king? So I just wanted to say that there's a very famous saying about this, that a weakness is a weakness if it can be attacked. So even though the king looks exposed, you can see that the queen is on the white's queen is on the other side of the board, and the center is completely closed. There is very little chance that white's pieces will be able to utilize black's exposed king. So therefore, no, black's king is not weak at the moment. In fact, white's king, in fact, has more danger um, currently. But what do you think about that, Shri?
No, I completely agree with you. Um, One of the things is yes, a weakness is a weakness only if it can be attacked. And second thing, one common pattern when you advance your pawns on the flank, it tends to be effective when the center is closed. So here you can see the center is closed. When we say center is closed when the pawns are interlocked like this and there is no way to break it open. Now it wouldn't be a closed center if this white pawn was on d4, because then there is an possibility that it gets opened up, and when it gets opened up, then there are lines that can be opened up to access the black king. But since it's closed, it's all interlocked, and for this reason, it's not easy for white to gain access to black's king through the different lines. And yeah, white is not able to make use of it for this reason. And this is quite common in openings like King's Indian, Benoni, and also the structure in terms of the pawn structure is a King's Indian pawn structure. You will see something similar in the King's Indian classical openings as well. So that is the reason why this works here.
Yeah, completely. And just to add on to that, whenever any side attacks on the flank, let's say we are attacking on the queen side or the king side, it doesn't really affect unless there is some tactical answer, um, or a tactical resource that your opponent has. But generally speaking, whenever one attacks on the flank, the center is the most important element that one should look for. If the center is closed, then the attack is going to be more powerful. And if the center is even slightly open, then the best response to that flank attack would be to break the center. So in
Right.
this case, since as Srinath mentioned that the pawns are interlocked and the center is closed, this is why black's attack on the king side looks quite dangerous. Yeah.
True, and knight h2 trying to prevent g4, but black gets this h5 and g4 anyway. Meanwhile, we have some exciting news in general today. One of them in the morning, Harshit Raja became India's 69th Grandmaster, and he achieved that after trying for many months, got delayed due to the pandemic, and still managed to stay persistent and achieve that. So Harshit OP in the chat. And also Vaishali, the sister of Pragnananda, and a very strong player who is also part of the Olympiad online Olympiad team. She made her third IM norm in the BL festival, and she became India's latest international master. She has also crossed the rating of 2400. So Vaishali OP as well, and don't ask Vaishali.
That is absolutely fantastic. I didn't know about Vaishali, but that's completely awesome. Very well deserving though. I have been wondering, for a long period of time that I mean, she does play at a much higher level for a long period of time, than her rating. So this is very well deserved.
Absolutely, very well deserved, and she's such an amazing player to have for our country. So I think this is where this position stands at the moment. Some Rook G8 and g4 incoming, black is going to open files against the white's king, and it's not entirely clear how white is going to react against it. But there's also some interesting action going on in the game between Artemiev against Hikaru, where it looks like Artemiev seems to be having a nice position despite his exposed king. How do you explain white's advantage here?
Huh.
It's not that apparent, yeah. I mean, the computer bar shows a clear um, spike for white, but I think there are mainly two factors. One is the imbalance between white's bishop and black's knight. The black's knight at the moment can only dream of getting into good squares on either the center or the other places, and also this pawn on b6. uh, I think this is also a clear weakness for black, and here white has access to this b6 pawn from the open b file. So I think these two things combine to make it a clear advantage for white, and this will be magnified if it particularly if it goes into the end game after, for example, king c2, queen into e6, queen into e6, f into e6.
Yes, I believe yesterday also we spoke about it that whenever it's a bishop versus knight position and the pawns are on both flanks, the bishop has a natural advantage because it's a long range piece. And so for that reason, I think definitely. But yeah, I mean, coming back, I just kept looking at the exposed king, and I was thinking that white has an advantage.
Yes, because the queens are forced to come off the board. Now,
Exactly.
if
I didn't calculate that in at the right time because I was thinking black can just play f takes e6, but yeah,
now
there is
white has a move which forces the exchange of queen, yeah,
yeah,
which
we're really
again
missing Katie right now, aren't we?
yeah. So chat, once again, this is your moment. What if black takes f into e6? How does white respond here? And what is the best way for white to play? Quite simply, how can white? Why did Hikaru play queen into e6 and agree to exchange the queen?
I mean, if we think about it logically, it is in White's best interest to not keep the queens because White's king is more exposed, although not necessarily a weakness, but it's exposed anyway. So, and the fact that White has a bishop, Black has a knight, it would be much better to go into the end game. So this is not exactly a tactic per se, but more like
Correct.
a
Yeah.
positional decision. Um,
Mhm.
which really I mean I guess if we look at it that way it does make more sense but yeah
Yeah,
Srini, if you
yeah,
could
yeah, yeah.
explain this.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moves that combine a concrete idea with strategic gain,
Mhm.
and the move is g5, attacking the queen and cutting access to the knight. And the only way black can save the piece is by playing queen f5 or queen j6, and now the queens have to come off. I think white can even play bishop d3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes perfect sense. So the question then remains that why did Hikaru choose to exchange the queens right away and not exchange the queens this way with f takes e6?
After f takes c6, I'm not sure if g5 is the only way to take advantage. I think bishop d3, knight g6, and this position also doesn't look great for black. So I think it might also have been possible to interject this bishop d3 and then get the same idea going. And although at the outset it looks like white's king is more exposed, I don't think black's king feels too safe and comfortable either.
Completely. I mean, yeah, being I mean, being close doesn't necessarily mean that you're safe. Uh, but yeah, I mean, it's also probably that after queen takes e6. So I mean, Hikaru then has to make a decision, right, between f takes e6 and queen takes e6. So he probably saw that after f takes e6, white can exchange the queens anyway. Then it's up to white if white wants to do that. But white also has other options. And yeah, and I guess the reason behind taking queen e6 was to just eliminate those other options, like you mentioned, with bishop d3, g5, h4, because it's just unnecessary thought. Because if you're going into the end game, then you should just go for it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good to have clarity in life, even if it's not in the most desirable way.
Mm-hmm.
But after queen d6, look at how Artemiev played. He just didn't take queen into e6, but he starts with bishop d3, attacking the h7 point, threatening mate in 1. And when Hikaru went to the endgame in this manner with queen into e4, bishop into e4, he ensured that he has a position where he has this awesome bishop centralized on e4 and a knight on h4, which has absolutely no scope, no future. It's like how they say in Hindi, कोने में घोड़ा काम करे थोड़ा.
What? Somebody needs to take one of those snippets of that of that quote. That was fantastic. That was excellent. Well done. Although I must say that I have heard a similar no, I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Or
Actually, it's used quite a bit. It's not anyway original, but it's funny when it comes from me. So here we are at this point, and Hikaru has spent one tempo to try and rehabilitate that knight, which looked like one of those guys who was addicted to the 1b3 opening. But it seems like too little too late. There is an idea with a4, a5. There is an idea to break with d4, and Artemiev goes for rook d3. He decides to exchange one of the rooks. So if these rooks are traded, in the end, we are left with one active rook and one passive rook. Also instructed that he did not take with the king, which would allow black to improve his rook's position.
I think there's also knight e5 check, Shri, after king d3.
Yes, but knight e5 check. Yeah, and you just take this.
Pawn is,
yeah.
Although it's still not clear for sure, but yeah, it's still not clear. After d4, it looks a little risky.
Yeah, true.
This would be very dangerous for black.
But nevertheless, bishop into d3 is a lot more simpler. Yeah, I don't allow any of these things. And after knight e5, he again goes bishop e2, keeping that two line distance with the knight and ensuring that the knight does not have free movement. And he's got this d4 now. So if you see, the pawns are almost symmetrical, but there's this d4 pawn and this b6 pawn, that b pawn on the third rank. Such an unfortunate aspect.
Yeah, I think people are less focused on the game now, and they just they want to hear that again. Or okay, I have a question. How many do you know more Hindi sayings like that?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I find that very hard to believe, but I'll let this go for now.
I mean, not like this, yeah. These kind of, I mean, how do you call it? It's like It's like the kind of things Navjot Singh Sidhu comes up with, no?
Yep.
And I know only this one sentence in Hindi in chess. But it certainly sounds much more catchier than Night on the Rim is Dim.
Yeah, I mean, no, anything is catchier when you speak Hindi, Shri, I think. So I'm always more in favor of that.
Thank you. I'm sure the chat echoes that sentiment. Meanwhile, let's get those likes going and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so more people can join in and make fun of my Hindi. So now I think we're just good.
That is a pretty good incentive, I must say.
Well, we have to make do with that until Keti joins and we start hearing stories about Sahaj. But until then, this is the best entertainment that you're going to get.
Yeah, no, I think maybe we can ask Katie to speak some words in Hindi. I think that would be quite cool as well. Does she
Sure.
know? Do you think she knows some words in Hindi? I'm pretty sure she does.
I don't think so, but we can try it out. We can always ask her when she
okay, Shri, you can try and just enunciate that, yeah. Just enunciate it. Come on.
I think you have to explain to the chat what enunciate means. It's
I think chat will know what it means once you enunciate it. But yeah, it's just to say it out.
How many here knows what enunciate means? I mute. Okay. So guys, first poll of the day, absolutely not relevant to chess, but I think it's
did you just did you just wow.
I should have Sahaj Tarur has a clear lead, a 75% vote. It's
because
still about 70%. See, normally people like to pretend that they know stuff, That's the natural instinct they don't like to admit that they don't know something. But this word was so complex that they voted against it.
Yeah, I'm also gonna vote.
How many accounts are you going to vote from? Now the lead is narrowing. How did that happen?
Pardon?
Now the lead is narrowing. How did that happen?
Somebody must have voted for but yeah, I think more people are gonna agree with me here, Shri. Sorry.
How would that happen, Saj? You're leading by 61%.
So I mean, if the poll goes in, okay, let me come with a counter attack here. So if I knew it wins in this poll, then Srinath will enunciate it. How about that? Let's play on a fair battlefield.
Sure, I'll be happy to enunciate it.
Come on. Let's get it going.
But you do realize that I can stop the count. Literally, I can stop the count.
Yes, but they will be faster. But you can't stop. Okay, you can stop the count in let's say 5 minutes. How about that? That gives me enough time.
Sure. We'll stop the poll when Artemio Hikaru ends.
Okay. Yeah. Done.
Cool.
Done.
And
so just so everyone knows, if you just click on I knew it, even if you voted for something else, if you just click on it, you will get to hear him say it.
But enunciate what exactly?
It was this quote that someone wrote.
Okay. Got it.
It's by just a famous guy. I mean, imagine Jishri, just enunciating the crap out of that. That's just.
Just a famous guy. He used to be just a random guy in 2020 on YouTube chats. And then he kept working hard in the chat, and now he's just a famous guy.
That's,
Success story in our
this
chat.
is, yep, inspiration. That's fantastic.
But yeah, I mean, I can enunciate Raja ka baj gaya baja.
Okay, come on. Now there is no incentive.
I know. I just want you to lose, and I want the Sahaj Tarur to stick.
Okay, you can see it's narrowing down though. It's 45-55.
Yeah, but now that I've enunciated it, I think we can go Sahaj Tarur all the way. Let's make it like 70%, and then I will end the count.
Wow.
Wow. I was, yeah. So I thought G5 and Bishop G4 will happen, but Hikaru prevents it with G5 himself. But now White can go Bishop E4, Bishop F5. Is it just game over, Sahaj? Bishop E4, Bishop F5, and take this B6 pawn.
Yeah, I
it seems
definitely
really
think so. I don't think Artemiev will,
mess
won't be
this
able
one
to
up.
convert. Yeah, I don't think he'll mess this one up.
Yeah, but then it's also Hikaru, yeah, who's really tricky, who's really nasty, and knows in and out how to play. So he's sacrificing this pawn, but also threatening knight c5 check.
True. Good point.
So you never know. You never know until it's over.
Objectively speaking, I mean, White should be winning, but yeah, I mean, both players have less than a minute on their clock. Anything can happen.
Yep. Anything can happen. It's not Thursday though. It's Wednesday, so anything can happen Wednesday. But now I think White just wins a pawn with rook into g5. And
Now, I'm not sure if I want to take that like right away. Maybe bishop c6 is what I was more. I was steering towards this a little bit more. I think b6 is more valuable to us than the g5 pawn. But yeah,
but Artemio thinks otherwise.
Yeah.
Sahaj, you really should stop being obsessed with this b pawn. It's not as valuable as you think.
You mean it has no value whatsoever?
It would be the last one I would take. I'd take all the other pawns and then I would come back rook b5 and everything else. It's there for the taking, and anyone can take it.
Going by that logic, then would you prefer this position since White still has the Catalan bishop?
Oh, absolutely. I would prefer it for White, and there is also a reason why White took the g pawn first and then goes for the b pawn. Yeah, clearly we understand which pawn is more valuable.
Of course,
amongst the two.
Of course, can't beat that logic, obviously.
So yeah, White takes that first, and now he's just playing around a bit with black. Rook h6, rook h5. Now probably one of the threats could be c. No, I wouldn't play c5. Yeah, it looks strategically, but also it has some arguments in its favor. But I think if it's White to play, I would go king d3 first, and then bring back the rook to h6 or b5. Yeah, he was probably expecting knight f6. So now maybe he gives up this and takes this. Or starts with a check, goes g5. And this is what he does.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look very good for Hikaru, I must say. I mean, I think he's running out of tricks here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Rook h8 is. What if I go g5? Because if knight d7, then we have bishop g4 stopping the check and threatening to take the b6 pawn.
Yeah, I like this idea, g5 and bishop g4. But Artemio is running down to just 20 seconds, and he starts with rook e5 check. Does not look totally clear to me. So he wants to put his rook on f5 and then maybe create a passed pawn on this side.
Do you actually think that he's trying to gain time here because he's playing rook e5, rook f? Maybe he will try to repeat, or maybe not.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he does gain like 20 seconds there, but not very convincing techniques so far. Yeah, he's not going for the direct win. He's trying really hard to prevent any semblance of counterplay from black, but that can be quite dangerous. Sometimes you have to just take what you have in front of you.
Completely. And now rook h3 looks a bit dangerous. I mean, you can still go rook e3 and just stop it after. I mean, rook h3 obviously, but it's hard to come up with a objectively accurate move here with such less time on the clock. Yes, the position is definitely winning, but black still has some tricks.
True.
Maybe black can go rook h4 here.
Yeah, rook h4 and rook d5 check, because I wanted to put rook on d7. That was, I think, white's idea of bishop g4.
So king, let's go to c7 maybe. No, are you mating me?
Am I mating you?
I was thinking rook d7, king c6, d5.
Oh yeah, if you go king c6, then I might mate you. Yeah.
I still, I mean, I wanted to keep my pieces active, but just wasn't sure if there is some mating net here, but I don't see it.
But okay, white can always just go bishop f5. Yeah.
Yeah, but now rook f4. But you
And
have bishop
I just
d7
take this.
check. Yes,
Yeah.
right. Bishop d7 check.
And knight d6 is a good point to ask the chat. How should white finish off black here? Knight d6 can be played. I mean, it attacks the bishop, and the rook is dependent on the bishop. So you might think black is winning a piece, but maybe black loses.
But Keti will disagree. Immediately.
Yes, Keti will disagree. 64% for Sahaj Tharoor, by the way. Wow.
Wow, guys. No, that's because you cheated.
How did I cheat?
Because you enunciated.
But people really don't know what enunciate means. It's a very complex word. People normally just say pronounce.
I think they have different meanings, no?
I don't think so. I think they're synonyms.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but with a slightly different meaning to it. Pronounces, when you, I have to think of a way. Wait.
Wow. Oh. Meanwhile, Hikaru seems to have turned the tables around.
Wow.
Rook h4 and now bishop f3 was a mistake, because after rook into a4, black threatens rook a3 check. And what Artemiev probably saw was maybe king b3, but here black can just play rook b4 check.
Actually, black has rook a3 check also.
Exactly. Or even rook a3 check.
Wait, were you going to ask the chat there?
No, no. The chat didn't respond to the previous maiden too either. I think the chat has gone off to sleep. Or Ishan may have done some hypnotism. I never know what that kid is up to. So bishop f3, bishop c6. Before I think we can end this poll. Yeah, it's pretty clear what the result is going to be.
Yeah.
And I have a new poll coming up. So guys, I think this one you will like a bit more. So the poll is kind of coinciding with the arrival of our lovely co-host. And I think I already know the.
Wait, did Hikaru mess this up? Did Hikaru mess this up? I feel like he messed this up.
Yeah. I think yeah, he did.
I just cannot see how, but I just Okay, no. Just commentary. Let's go.
I think you are going to be the only one who voted for that search.
40%. No, there's many like me.
See, 40% out of 5 is just 2 votes.
There's
And
two
that
like
could
me.
very well have been.
There's two like me, including me.
So meanwhile, welcome back, Keti. You have come at the right time. Have a look at the poll that's on Chess24 India.
You guys, am I late for the party?
No, I think you are at the perfect time. Look
I don't think, I think any time you would have come would have been the perfect time.
Except if you came after Sahaj left.
Okay, which round is it?
It's just the first round, and Aronian defeated Mamadero in a very interesting game. I regret not covering it, but if we have time, we'll look through it. And this is the other game going on in which Artemiev seems to be beating Hikaru. The 2 pawns so far apart that the knight, even the fastest knight in the world, something like Bucephalus, cannot stop these pawns. And Lee Kwan seems to be beating Ali Reza.
It looks like Hikaru messed this up. Yeah, this seems lost now. But where exactly did he blunder? That's what I'm curious about, because it looked like it was an easy. Okay, well, not easy, obviously, but I'm just.
Oh yeah, sure it was not easy actually. This was the critical point. Yes, maybe he should have played King C7 here.
Okay, no, that's not easy.
Yeah.
Rook D6, Rook C5. I was thinking there is some Rook D1, Rook D6, and you somehow get the G5 pawn. But yeah.
And if C into D6, King into C6, D7, then Rook D1 check and Rook into D5.
I see how cleverly you asked this question when Keti was looking away.
You guys tell me if AJ was here already or not. Should I accept him to come or he was already here?
No. I think he has disappeared after yesterday.
All right.
Sudarshan is asking what analogy was that. Bucephalus was the horse of Alexander the Great. And
okay, Srinath Tharoor, let's go.
I don't think Shashi is known for his history. Keti, do you know what the word enunciate means?
Can you repeat, please?
Enunciate.
No.
Yeah, you are just like the rest of the chat. 70%
again, I will defend myself by clearly saying that it was not a fair poll, but okay. The whole reason
Keti also doesn't know it.
So enunciate, enunciate is to say something, whatever. I mean, it's like a synonym of to pronounce, to say something. So he was saying something. We wanted him to say something in Hindi, and the poll was that if people know what it means, then he will enunciate it, and if he doesn't, then he won't. But then while the poll is running, he just says it anyway. So that's
okay. So he posted a video today, YouTube video. Have you seen that video?
The one with Monica?
Yeah.
Of course.
He did the same now by himself. You see? He did the same.
It's not exactly the same, but probably, yeah, Monica also wants to win at any cost. So in that sense, it's...
So Connor has a very interesting question, Shri. How did you celebrate your final GM norm?
Final GM norm... my final GM norm was my 7th norm or something. Because I didn't get to 2500 after a long time. But when I got to 2500, the first thing I did was to call my parents, and it was an amazing feeling of relief at that time. I was also staying with Nihal at that time, but we didn't have some major celebrations and stuff.
Nihal?
Game time. Yeah. We were playing in the Sharjah Masters, and I was staying with Nihal. It was 2017. Oh, AD is in the chat, by the way. And he also voted story time. But I don't know if the story time is about AD or Sahaj now.
No, you see, the bishop was on b3 and AD was just like, let me just come. He just probably got a sixth sense that, I need to be somewhere.
I also voted for story time.
Me too.
So let's do it.
By the way, Keti, Extreme Gaming is asking how Hikaru is losing. Can you explain? Because he can take the pawn with the knight.
Yes.
You make excellent endgame courses, so maybe take us through it.
Really? Where did you see my game courses?
My dad is learning to play chess, and he was watching one of your courses. So you are very good.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He told me that you explain things much better than me.
I take it as a good compliment. Thank you for that. About this position here, we have pawn already on g7. This is just one move after the queen. So knight is on f6 to stop it. But we know that when knight has only one square or two squares, that's so limited. Knight has to have many squares. So this is not the case. And in this case, knight is really bad on f6 and has to be guarded by its own king. So what white is doing here, white is going to win some tempis with the bishop. White will get first a pawn, and then white will get the knight, because king has to move. Otherwise, if knight moves away, then we will have g8 queen. So when the king moves away, we will simply capture the knight, and this is just a game over. So basically, black has no moves. Black is in Zugzwang.
This is like one of those cases, where any move is going to be a loss. But if you just were able to say pass, then white can never win this position.
Exactly.
So like an argument with your girlfriend, yeah?
Absolutely.
This is really suspicious that Sri is bringing so much this marriage things and girlfriend things here in the chat. So story time.
No stories here from me. At least not yet.
Okay.
I have some stories for him. I'm just kidding. Maybe.
But there is an actual story supposed to be continued today, yes?
Is there? I have no idea.
Wasn't there?
Was there?
Well, Katie, you can break the tie.
Yeah, there was. I'm really late. I need to catch up to things. So first of all, hello to chat, and hello ID. Good to see you. Good to see you here in the chat. And actually, what's happening in chess? What's happening in other games? I really want to catch up. I saw Levon Iranian won another game, so that means that he is 3 points advanced already in this match.
Actually, what you're saying is true. Levon won the first set, and he's now 1-0 up against Shaq. So he just needs to score one out of the next 3 games.
But I think Shaq needs to win all the games. Otherwise, even with one draw, it will be not enough.
No, with one draw, he still has his chances because he's down by 1-0 and it's a 4-game match. So if he scores 2.5 out of 4, he still wins the set and takes it to the tiebreak. Because it's not just the game points, it's the match points. It's only the match points.
All right. I thought you wanted to trick me, but okay.
And by the way, this position, or the pawns on e3, d2, and c3, they kind of remind me of Shri. You probably, and Katie, I'm pretty sure you also know this, but
Deathly Hallows?
in My Great Predecessors, this very
Okay.
famous book by Gary Kasparov, in like it's one of on the first pages that you see this game of where there are three pawns on the seventh rank, and it was e2, d2, c2, I believe, by some French player. I can't remember his name. Actually, I do
Philidor.
remember his name, but I cannot pronounce his name, so I'm not gonna embarrass myself.
You cannot enunciate it. Huh?
I cannot enunciate. Exactly. You get it.
It's Philidor.
No, it wasn't Philidor. It was.
Wasn't it?
It was,
I know whom you're talking about.
I just don't
It's
know how to
La
pronounce it.
Baudelaire. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I just don't know how to enunciate his name, shall I say? But yeah, very very cool position at the end. This is very rare in chess where you see that the three pawns in the center are so far ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the central pawns. Like, where is white's center? Like, where are all the white's pawn? That's not happening quite often. Like, it never happened in my games. Never.
Never? Like you have never had these I don't think it has
The
happened.
pawns in the like this, like pawns on the third or second rank in the center. No.
Yeah.
No. With black at least, we know.
You must mention to the chat also that this person was a French grandmaster, so I think that really changes people's enunciation, shall I say?
Enunciate.
And Katie, how do you, since people ask this, how do you properly say your last name?
Seriously, after so many years of knowing me, you are.
I have never called you by your last name. And
Okay.
I'm sure my way of pronouncing this is not accurate.
So it is very easy. It is very easy. So first, second part are the same. It's Tsa Lashvili. Tsa Lashvili.
Tsatsalashvili.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
that's how I would say it actually. So I was on the right track there.
So you don't pronounce it. You don't pronounce the T part.
And you pronounce my last name. Wow.
I mean, it's just Sasa Lashvili. No, there's no. It's not Sat Shalashvili.
Tsa Lashvili.
I think you pronounce T in both times. I think he's taking a video of you, by the way, just so you know, Katie.
Yeah. What is it? Your next YouTube video?
I'm not taking a video. I'm just taking a photo.
All right, but yeah, this video is really, really, really funny, hilarious.
I know.
Oh my God, no.
Well, I'm kind of watching Friends. I think every night, just right before they sleep. That helps me to fall asleep. And I have watched this series for like 4 times, all the episodes, all the seasons, if not more. So it's more like I know already by heart everything what's happening there. And maybe I picked too much of Monica. I don't know. I really don't
But
know.
it's still so funny. I mean, even if you know what's going to happen, it's still, I mean, regardless, it's still very funny.
True.
But I think many people will agree that I think many can relate to Chandler. Many.
Yeah. Oh, the game started between Wesley So and Jordan won for us. So what happened in the first game? Yesterday we had a tie, right? 2-2.
Yes.
2-2.
Yesterday was a pretty exciting tie, and today the first game has been won by Wesley So with the black pieces. So he just needs to ensure with 2 whites remaining in the 3 games overall, that he needs to score only like 1.5 out of 3. to advance to the semis. So I think Wesley big favorite by now, and he also seems to have worked out Jordan a bit better by this point. What do you guys think?
From yesterday, as I guess, the previous game, Jordan lost with white pieces, and what I remembered from yesterday, he was doing really well with the white pieces. So this means that we're gonna have some change of the track here in this match today. And yeah, it's always good to start with a win. It's always good to start with a win, and Wesley so now it's indeed in the leader's position.
Yeah, true. It's always good to start with a win, and I think he has a very nice position at this point as well. Yeah, with this black pawn on d5, looking a bit fragile.
It brings me to an interesting question to both of you. Who do you think is a better prepared player between the two of them?
No, I think I'll let Keti answer that first.
Why? Thank you for the words. I think Wesley so has a sort of like really like very wide knowledge, and for matches it's very important. Like if it's just one game and then next they will play another opponent, maybe it's different. Like in one game you can try your best, you can be also lucky and so on, but when it comes to the match, I think it matters how experienced you are and how wide is your knowledge. And I think in that case Wesley is the favorite and better prepared in general, in just yeah. And if he loses the match, it means that maybe it's not his day, or it's his not tournament, right? But also on the other hand, speaking of Jordan's latest tournament, he's also doing really good with the preparations, I guess. So what do you think, Sri?
Yeah, I largely agree with you. I think Wesley's better prepared overall and stronger overall. Overall, he's better prepared. But Jordan, I think he has a very fresh approach to opening preparation. He can come up with these surprising little ideas. And if Jordan manages to surprise Wesley and get him into his comfort zone, then Jordan has his chances. So I think completely different styles. I would say Wesley so is a bit like, this knight in a shining armor. Yeah, he's really well defended. It's very hard to poke holes in his armor. And Jordan is more like this. He's like one of these guys from the east of Westeros. If you watch Game of Thrones, he doesn't wear full armor, but he can dance around. He can create chances out of nowhere. He can be really swift and quick. He has that flexibility, mobility. He's not weighed down by a lot of opening preparation, but he can come with these little ideas.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Are you calling him no one?
I was actually thinking a bit of this fight between Oberyn Martell against the Mountain.
Oh, that
Except
fight's
I
hard.
think, yeah.
It's
so here's a question in each for the chat, like so is Sri like better prepared in chess or in the films and the movies and the series? Because every time he wants to explain something, he's bringing from movies or the series.
I think
are you preparing chess by like you are preparing chess in one computer, in another screen you are watching some movies, I guess. So you're just doing it at the same time. Tell us the truth.
I think we'll let the chat answer that.
Films.
Yeah, chat.
I know from the panel you'll have 2 votes for film, so I'm just telling you right now.
I'll balance it. I have two accounts.
You see, today is the day of unfair polls. So, so we have to make it as unfair as possible to Shri, Keti.
It's pretty better prepared in Chessable mode. Is chat you have to
Oh my god,
take.
you are like exactly ready with the mouse click, huh, Sahaj?
Yes. No, I just voted. I think many others were too.
Wow.
Ah!
Wow.
Not just me.
Yeah, it's a lot of people
Oh my
already
God.
voted. Already voted.
It's so unfair.
Oh,
Guys, I
really?
do know a bit of chess, I'm not
Come on,
that bad
you
at
just
chess.
clicked now at chess. We know it was you. All right, we know it was you. Yes.
I have to vote from like 3 accounts of mine. Wow, now the number is much bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We know the truth.
So it looks like Wesley is still in his preparation. And yeah, I don't like Jordan has been thinking for the last 3 minutes. So definitely this is, do you think he has forgotten his theory or do you think he's out of his prep?
Looking at his face, it looks like he. I don't know how he's going to complete that. But yeah, I think he's out of his prep because
Looks a
he just
bit
made a move.
distracted today, no? Like he's looking around, moving a bit. And
yeah,
he's talking to himself, even though he's not a streamer.
No, I mean, I think Wesley has kind of worked him out, and here it looks like he's losing material. Yeah, Katie, I think this you can answer. White to play and when, because I think it's too difficult for the chat.
I'm also chat. So wait a moment, who's losing a piece? White?
Not a piece, but I think some material. Maybe a piece.
Wait, in the after Queen B6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen B6 looks like a blender.
Oh yeah, I saw. So the idea here is bishop takes f6, right? Bishop takes f6 and knight d5.
Yes, but how do you start it? Because if you do it directly, then maybe I can take d4 and
but there's knight c7 in the end. That's what I was.
Yes, but now I just play bishop e6.
All right.
So how do you start it? How do you start this?
So that makes sense. Then we have to get rid of the knight.
I can't see this. What is going on here?
Yeah, you start with knight c6, b into
yeah.
c6, and now you take bishop into f6.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
So now black takes this bishop, then knight into d5.
Yeah. And the point is that bishop pawn cannot take on d5. Can take on d5, but the rook on e8 is hanging. Yeah.
Yes. And then maybe some bishop into f7.
But even now, I mean, if I play bishop, okay, you have bishop f7 check. That's nice. I was thinking bishop a6. But yeah, bishop f7 is seals the deal.
Yes, everything gets taken. So Wesley has played knight into c6 and he has taken bishop at f6 on the board. And now if he takes c into b5, then I think just knight into d5.
Nice. So there was a blunder, right?
Yeah, queen b6 was a blunder. Queen b6 was a blunder, and it looks like this is just match over for Jordan, yeah?
Yeah.
He had his chances yesterday, he missed it, and the longer the match went, the harder it became for Jordan. And
yeah, exactly. Like you're getting really tired, and somehow these top guys, they have some button to reserve the energy for the very important moments.
It helps that they don't have to expend as much effort for finding stuff. Yeah, it's easier for them to play at that level. But yeah, I mean,
He just got the jacket. He just got the jacket. He just remembered that he had to put the jacket. Or maybe it's called for him. But he's actually a funny guy. He's actually a funny guy. He just does these things in front of camera like other players would not do. And there is also this video when he's shaving his face. You guys remember that, right?
yeah, I do remember that, but I'm not sure if the chat does. It's come up to 30% for chess, by the way. Guys, let's hit the like button, subscribe to the channel,
So
and vote for
you're
chess.
saying 30% chess and 70% movies and TV shows. That's a win for Srinath. Yeah.
All right. We know there is a comment that's recreating new accounts. So maybe it was voted from one person with many accounts.
Yeah, I think he just texted Manu to like help him out a little bit.
Yeah, I should really put out. I should get my people from Instagram as well to try and help me.
Oh, look, it's 32% now.
Yes,
something is going on.
Let's go. 33%. Wow.
First, he gave us the advantage to the people who voted for films, and now he's catching up. This is unfair fight. Also, one of the strategies from your movies.
I guess, but it's working. 35% now. Look, the number is increasing with.
You see. I'm just gonna say this to the chat that the people who know Shri best would never do this. Would never vote.
Exactly. I agree with that too.
Now the numbers are rising like Ethereum's price today. It's going down though. It is like crypto.
I thought it was. It's been stagnant for a while. No.
No.
Yeah, it has. I just checked for the first time today, actually. Yeah.
Well, in the game, Bishop B7 was played here, and Queen A4. White is trying to guard the bishop on E8, and White has an extra exchange and a pawn, and not so complicated position, right?
Yeah, not so complicated position. So I think Wesley is gonna take this one and maybe move on to this Aroni and Mamaderu, which seems to be a very interesting match so far. Although it's been a bit one-sided in terms of result. And now that we have Keti here, we also have an expert who can predict Aronian's moves before they are made on the board.
Future teller. More than expert.
Future teller.
Let me take a look. I really like the knight on E5. That is so annoying for white. There's not like knight F3, but good thing here is for white is that it's white to move. And how about just move like bishop E4?
Yeah, I'm just gonna join in here and just say that when Shri looks at the knight on E5, he thinks of Brienne of Tarth.
What? How?
She's a knight, no?
Yeah, she's a knight in the TV show.
I was just trying to.
Hey, why you're blushing? Like what?
I'm pretty sure he knew what it was. I'm pretty sure he made that connection in a second, and yet, he just cleared. Don't fall for it, chat, please.
I mean, there are like so many knights, and I was like wondering how Brian of Tarth came. Because I drew a blue, because I drew a blue highlight on the E5 knight.
Who is Paul? Because I'm told that I'm new Paul.
Paul is an octopus, which was popular for making the exact prediction during a FIFA World Cup. So, yes, but you have only 2 arms, so a few less than Paul. Paul has 8 arms.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow!
I'm confused. But
It is an octopus.
So I'm octopus.
Oh, yeah. This is the one that got famous in 2010 World Cup, right?
Yeah,
I remember
exactly.
reading about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Mascot, right?
I'm not sure if it was a mascot. It was
It was
just
just a random octopus who just kept making the right predictions.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was
I
I
remember
remember
some
it was
story.
like
Yeah.
they would put both of the teams and then he would go like swim down and just sit on one of them and then that team would end up winning.
Yeah, it was quite a big octopus, right?
Yeah.
Quite old octopus. Yeah, I remember something. Yeah.
It's a very nice analogy there. Well done, Harsh.
Octopus reminds me of Silicon Valley, but I don't know if a lot of you have watched it. I'm not helping myself in the poll there. But have you guys watched Silicon Valley chat? Have you guys watched Silicon Valley?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I'm sure you would know.
It's 37%. It has improved by quite a bit,
So,
justifiably so.
I have another question. Does Nihal also watch TV shows with you?
No,
Like he has
unfortunately.
another option.
He's not
They
a
are sharing the room.
Nice one, Keti.
Like, okay, Sri will never say that he's a professional, he's a coach, and he will say, of course, no. But he's sharing the room with Nihal. We know that, and we know as a fact he's watching a lot of movies. So
no, but he's not much of a boy of culture, I should sadly admit. He doesn't like Naruto.
I just have to give a shout out to that's one of my best friends literally in the his name is Tristan. Thanks for watching, man. Thanks for watching. This was a huge surprise. I didn't even tell him that I was going to be on the stream, so I'm not sure how you found out about it, but very nice to have you here, man.
Maybe he follows you on Instagram.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So first, when you look at the position, Kevin would never do this, but black is a pawn up. I do miss Kevin. We hung out a bit in Sochi.
Okay, I feel like
nice start. I don't miss Kevin. Like when you say something like that, it's opposite.
I feel like there is a story here. So why don't we?
Basically, Kevin, when he looks at a position, many times he forgets to count the pawns. So, for example, he would look at this position and he will go on about how nice white's position is, and then suddenly realize, oh, white is a pawn down.
Oh, I see.
That's the reference.
That happens only when there is a pawn missing or piece or queen or something heavier.
Fortunately, only the pawns. He's
but
also a lurker, by the way.
Sorry to interrupt. But I don't really understand why not bishop e4. Like why white played the rook c1. This is not quite obvious for me.
Well, I think bishop. Sorry, Sri. You can take this one.
No, you take it. I just wanted to say good question and let you answer it.
Meanwhile, you can think about the next TV show you're going to mention. No. I think that bishop e4 doesn't. I wouldn't take it because it allows bishop h3, and I don't know. Just whenever there is a fianchetto, I just don't like. Giving up that part of the board seems very exposed to me, and white is just one bad move away from being in a position where you can actually get mated. So yeah, it just I guess it's a practical decision. I'm not saying objectively bishop e4 is wrong, but practically I would avoid it.
Makes sense. Not everyone here is greedy. So bishop f4 and now just queen h5.
Is white really hoping for opposite color bishop? I think not really, because if white will trade the bishop for the knight, then it will be a party on the light squares for black, and it will not be working. It will be even worse than bishop e4 itself. But how is Aronian going to defend this threat now? Queen h2, h4. Oh,
isn't it just knight h4 or? Oh wait,
how about g5?
Blind.
Yeah. G5, maybe I'll just take this.
Pawn takes. You want to take bishop g5.
Okay, bishop g5, there is queen g4.
Yeah, this looks like it's checkmate. It was.
This is exactly one of the reasons, why I wanted to keep the bishop on g2 also, because just, yeah, I mean, things like these are.
Yeah, this is. I understand why I'm losing the poll now.
I don't think that you were ever winning the poll. So I think everyone understood why you're losing the poll.
Come on, guys. 38%. We have come so far from 20%. Let's take it to more than 50 and let's get those likes.
You keep quoting, different types of TV shows. I don't think that number's ever. Okay, no, guys, come on. You can't do that. No, man, come on.
No, now I think white is going to go g4.
Didn't you say that you have the power to stop the count?
Yeah,
I feel like this has been going on for 16 minutes now. I mean, I think it's enough time that you can stop the count.
I don't think 16 minutes is a lot of time.
Yeah, sure. I got like 5 minutes. I got like 5 minutes. That's all.
That's quite suspicious. What's happening here on the time? Oh, wow. This is getting so complicated.
True. He has to play g4, yeah? He cannot allow this queen access to the king on the h file. And after g4, it's a question how black takes the pawn back. But actually, to be honest, it looks like Levon might be wriggling away here, He might be escaping. Once again, Levon only needs 1 point out of the remaining 3 games in order to sail through to the semis. And each draw takes him that much closer.
True.
Meanwhile, we have reached 40% and we have crossed 100 likes. Keep the likes coming. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and keep voting for more and more chess.
No, don't do that. Do the first part, but not the second part.
Don't do this in the name of chess, yeah? But yeah, I'm curious what Aronian is thinking for such a long time, because g4 looks like the only move, yeah? I mean, what else can you play? Is there any other way to continue as white here?
Oh, hard to say. Yeah.
Maybe g4 just blenders, yeah? I just realized. g4 loses a piece. Now this is very tricky for white. I can now totally understand why Aronian is spending so much time. Queen h6 is a very strong move. I think he missed it beforehand. He was probably intending g4 against g into h4 when he was calculating this earlier. But
okay, then I guess he can go bishop f3, ef3, and king g1.
And I take this.
Bishop g3.
Bishop g4. Yeah,
I just have this one check.
Queen g5?
Nice.
I can just, d6 check, I think.
King f8
no,
and queen
f3
into f3
is hanging with a check.
Yeah, so white seems to be surviving with bishop into f3 and king g1. This is maybe what Aronian will play. He has done half.
How
of
about
it,
queen g5 here, just to start like that?
but now this allows bishop
Bishop
f4.
f4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But still, I mean, it looks so dangerous for white.
Yeah, but also he's just one tempo away from reaching the exposed black king. Yeah.
Completely. Maybe something like bishop f5, just to develop and get the rook into play.
I guess I will try to move this pawn. So where should I put the bishop? E7. He just takes g into h4. Doesn't go king g1. So queen at h4, he wants to go bishop h2. Queen e4. Mamed is playing so fast in this game.
Wow.
It looks like he's come with this intention to play really fast. And now f2 is...
Yeah.
It's a mate in one.
Yeah, you are not asking chat anymore, right?
I stopped the moment. Yeah.
And how
Oh,
white
no,
is
it's
going
gone down
to avoid
38%.
that? Is it a way to like rook g1? Bishop g4.
Mm-hmm.
d6 probably, and king. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
Yeah. Arun is struggling. He
Oh,
just
queen
tries
c2.
to eliminate with the queen, with queen c2, but can I just take this?
Now I think rook g1 check.
Yeah, and now king f8. There's no check here.
Yeah, maybe like queen f2, I guess.
Bishop f5.
Bishop h3 also is very dangerous actually here.
Yeah, I saw bishop h3, but then the problem was rook g3, and you don't have bishop g2 check.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
But you have queen d1 first.
Oh wait, queen d1
Yeah,
first.
queen d1, bishop g1.
Yeah, somehow it's
We
surviving.
could do some other ways, right?
Yeah.
To make Lucas better.
I mean, as white would definitely want to try and exchange the queens, and of course try to exchange the rooks too, and reach an absolute opposite colored bishop endgame, because in that case the two pawns are not so dangerous because white can hold a fortress.
Yeah.
So that's why Shri is not trying to exchange. But after queen d5, maybe I can play queen c4. Shri?
Yeah. You can't play queen c4, but honestly, after bishop e6, takes.
Like it's getting too much of the pawns.
Yeah, this pawn on f3. I mean, as long as the rook remains, I think this is still very good for black.
Queen d5 was played, and let's see if queen c4 is the only practical chance to survive here. Would you guys play queen c4, or you would keep the queens on the board just to try to get black's king into the danger?
I would try to find ways to keep the queen. You, Sahaj?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say what white wants here. I like queen c4 personally, and just try to change the queens and hope to hold in the
live
endgame,
today, fight tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was the dialogue in this movie called Mummy.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
Okay. Read the last comment and pick. You have to pick. You have to choose.
Of course, Catalan. I mean, what question is this? It's not even like Game of Thrones was a good TV show overall.
And I know for a fact that Geert is watching this chat right now. So a shout out to Geert. And secondly, I must say that white is in a bad position because you can see that the pawn is still on b2.
Well, bishop d6 check.
Oh,
Wow.
I was just thinking that actually.
Why is that? Can I take it?
Then queen h7, that's the idea.
Does it work though? He just goes king e8, ignores
Yeah.
that bishop, like how I ignored that comment of the b2 pawn.
Wow, Aronian has here 7 seconds and Shahriar plus 7 minutes. So that's huge advantage here for Shahriar on time.
Yeah, and I think after bishop e6, he resigns, yeah?
Yeah, I think the position is lost. Yeah, there is.
Queen e4?
You take and play. No, you can just push f2 straight away.
Queen e.
No,
Queen
never
e6
mind.
is impossible.
Yeah, king f7.
No, queen is.
Oh wait, queen e6
Yeah.
is illegal. Wow, wow. I didn't see that actually. Okay, I need a I need to go back to the basics and learn what a pin is, because this is the second time now.
Yes. It seems to be a problem with these Indian grandmasters making these illegal moves.
Okay, you are one of those. You are one of us.
Well, not all of us.
You see,
Not all.
see why? Because you see why he prefers watching movies now, right? Because you can't. Actually, no, that analogy doesn't make sense. I'll come back to me later.
Again, guys, those who are joining us, do hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and vote for more chess. We are still going to talk all kinds of nonsense, so don't let that influence you. But vote for more chess in the poll anyway.
Oh wow, you have such a nice nice getaway phrase. Like when you feel like, okay, let's now do this. My speech, I have to do it anyway. So you're saving a lot of moments with that. Nice. Very nice.
Yes, the survival skills you need.
Yeah, this is now lost. Yeah, because maybe you can ask this to the chat, Shri. Why not queen b7 here?
Your voice broke. I don't know if it's my internet or yours, but you can ask the question to the chat directly.
Yeah, chat. Instead of queen h5 check, why not queen b7 check and take the rook on 8?
Yes. What does black do here? Queen b7 check, attacking the king and the rook simultaneously, and Keti
Keti came prepared,
summoning all her self-control.
Yes, I mean, wow.
Yes.
I'm impressed, Keti.
I've kinda spent my energy today, so I'm a bit slow.
No, I think our producer, we had an agreement that whenever I ask a question, he would immediately mute Keti. So maybe that's what happened. So yeah, Namidbir is right. King g6, queen into a8, queen h3, and the queen goes to g2 and it's checkmate. Oh, we have Swarali back after such a long time. It feels like I'm coming back to an old chess cafe, the Chess24 India chat. Almost all of them known. So yeah, because of this, Aronian didn't play queen b7 check, but he's lost anyway. So match on, and it's still not over for Shaq yet. He's not going down.
This is the
without a
second
fight.
game, right? This is the second
Yes.
game from today.
Yeah. Yep, it's a second game, and with a score of 1-1, Aronian needs to score 1 out of 2 in the next 2 games to go into the semis.
Yeah, I mean, I think queen g3. I was thinking why not bishop c3 instead, but I think Aronian is trying very hard not to exchange the queens, because after bishop c3 you have just queen d5, and yeah, I mean, in this position, yeah, there is not much fight left anymore. So I think that's the
True. There's not much fight anymore. So I think we can move on to different game. There's the game between Wesley has defeated Jordan. He goes 2-0 up and needs only a draw to go into the semis. He's probably going to be the first to advance into the semis. The other two quarterfinals between Hikaru against Artemiev, and I think Hikaru is probably going to hit back and win this and equalize the score 1-1. So they drew the first set 2-2, and in the second set, right now, Hikaru has lost the first game. So he's down 1-0. But here he has such a huge advantage on time and seems to be winning on the board as well. And so far, Hikaru has been dominating the match against Artemiev. He has got good positions with white in almost all the games, but somehow Artemiev has found ways to slip away. But I think that's not going to continue in this game. I think this is one Hikaru is going to see it through.
Even though that Artemiev has an extra pawn here, just the rook on d5 is a bit outplaced. And itself, the pawn on a6 is so much advanced, and yeah, the dark square bishop is just blocked over there. It's not playing too much. But what is the straight way to win this for white?
Queen b3, a7, queen b8. It's literally straight, chat. It's literally straight.
It's a pretty, I think, a good example of quality over quantity. Even though black is an extra pawn up, I mean, the pawn on a7 just has too much value.
Yes, it's like the Catalan bishop.
No, it's not.
Why not? Why not? It is like the Catalan bishop.
You should not do it when Sahaj is here, because he cannot choose the side. He has to be a neutral. Because of his positions. But when he leaves, then you and me, that's when you have to start about that. It's just, right timing.
And you see, I like to play around here. I can be on both sides and I can be on no one sides. It just depends on, what day it is.
Who is commentating?
Yeah, that too.
All right.
But people can say what they want, but the truth remains the truth. And here Hikaru is winning in 3 moves, 4 moves. He's winning through the opening of this b file, which wouldn't have happened if there was a pawn on b3. So that's a clear point against b3. And with c6, black wants to meet queen b3 with rook b5. So I think he's just going to go for a more longer path, queen a6, queen b7. And
is it also possible to play like rook b7 and just try to get the rook on b1
but also rook b5 now, yeah.
And the same idea.
Yeah.
This should also be lost though, because you can just take and play queen f3 on queen h5 also. I'm being greedy now.
Yeah, it's like a Pac-Man game. The queen has something to eat all around.
Maybe you should have said movies / TV shows / games. Maybe that that would have even made your votes even lesser than what it is right now. Okay, it has been going on for half an hour. 155 people have voted, Shri. I think
it's still going?
I think we can call it now.
Guys, 155 of you voted. So let's at least get those likes to 150. Huh? That's just a button next to the voting. Let's get those likes up and subscribe if you haven't. So the more people can tune in and make fun of me, which has been the theme of today. It was promised to be a story time about Sahaj, but I got a big doka if
Wait, Sahaj had to tell the story, or the story should be about Sahaj?
Story should be about Sahaj.
I think I'm a good time here.
I mean, sure. I feel like he's been humiliated enough. I feel like it's okay. Yeah, he looks a bit pale to me too. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I will end the poll at 40%. Man, this feels so much like investing, You think it would go high, but it never goes high. And you just have to do a stop loss.
Okay, we just spoke about Ethereum.
Ethereum is good. It's solid.
Yep.
There you don't need to have a stop loss. You have to have a stop gain, if that makes any sense.
Well, not if you invested 2 months ago, then that was a bit of a
Did you do that?
maybe.
I have a few friends who did that. They invested it.
Yeah, it was it backfired very hard.
It was like betting on B3.
Yep. Perfect. That is a perfect analogy right there.
Siddhartha Chess, welcome to the chat. I wish I could give you a special rank, but for now, I'll just give you a shout out.
Wow,
so
nice,
yeah, Hikaru
nice.
has won. He equalizes the match 1-1. And the final game that's going on, Alireza against Lee Kwang. Alireza lost the first set 3-1. And it doesn't look great for him at the moment. He seems to be really struggling. He has lost the first game. So if he loses one more, then he's effectively out of the match. So he's right now in a situation where he's like standing about to fall from a cliff. He's like standing at the very edge trying to stay afloat.
And which movie is this scene, if you don't mind?
There are so many. Like there is this scene in Naruto when Naruto falls while he tries to learn the summoning.
It was just a joke, but he actually meant something from the movie.
On, like, we really
and you guys who voted for chess, this is so unfair. This is so unfair.
we really need proof. Okay, he just quoted Naruto, guys. Come on. So
Naruto is a very classy
/anime too, and then /cartoon /games and yeah.
/investment
/investment
/relationship.
No comments there.
So is Alireza the only player who is losing so much of the game, or he has competition with Shahriar? Because like other matches are more or less like, winning, losing, draws, and here we have just not very close match, right? Also, yesterday was a huge advantage of Liam.
Yeah, I think fair point. I think Alireza might be the first one to get out of this tournament if he loses this. But Jordan only needs to make one more draw. So he's also on the brink. It looked like a very well fought match, but I think today has been quite one-sided. And to be honest, I think the match can be. I mean, I'm not an elite player, so I'm a bit of a simpleton. But I think the match can be just described that Wesley so kind of figured out Jordan and managed to take him out of his zone, and clearly outplayed him comprehensively today. So this was probably the trick for him today.
Maybe it was just me, but when Shri said simpleton, I was expecting another Naruto reference for some reason.
Well, I think the chat has already gone totally in Naruto zone. By the way, my Discord is also themed in after Naruto. I'm the Hokage of my Discord. So
okay, I never watched Naruto. That's like I've been wanting to watch it, but I just never got around to it. But would definitely be interested one day. What is a Hokage?
Hokage is like the leader of the clan, the village,
I see.
The protector.
I see.
Oh wow! I think I have to switch from Friends to Naruto. At least I would understand what references you are bringing in the commentary.
Wow, the kind of inspiration that I've started making.
But Keti,
Nice.
if you start with anime, I would suggest Death Note. That's I think that's the only anime that I've finished, it's fantastic. It's one of my, I mean, it's one of my favorite series that I've watched. Yeah, would
Was
definitely
that
suggest.
Death Note?
It's called Death Note.
Death.
Yeah, Death Note.
It's too much of betting today and the pool, so I thought it was bet. Death Note.
Yeah, while we are discussing animes and TV shows and movies, yeah, Nihal doesn't watch a lot of these things. He watches more of Chessable courses, and he loves to troll me by his choice of Chessable courses.
We have
It's
seen
a sad
that.
thing. It's a sad thing.
We have seen that, but I really thought something was wrong with his Twitter. Like I really thought that it was like AD went that far that he hacked his Twitter and posted about B3.
It's like I created a Chessable account for Nihal where the B3 course was completely blocked, inaccessible. And so he created a new account and then bought the B3 course anyway. That has been the story so far.
Wow.
It's a joke. It's a joke, just to clarify to the chat. You can't block courses on Chessable. At least not that I know of.
No,
I wish I could.
No, I'm joking. It's not possible.
Yeah. But meanwhile, it looks like Lee Kwang is on the way to.
And it also
finish
looks
it off
like
here.
that the chat is complaining about the poll being running for 41 minutes now, and maybe a good time to accept the truth, Shri.
I'm not sure if they're complaining. I think they're enjoying it. They're like, we want
Okay,
more.
why
We
don't
want
we
more.
make another poll asking if the
Oh,
previous poll was enjoyable or not?
All right, let's do that.
Wow, here we had the victory, final victory.
Nice, Likwang won. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
That's
Alireza
nice. He's so
looks-
happy. He's so happy. It's so good to see happy people.
Yeah, it's very nice to see him like that.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm not. It looks like again Alireza's face is frozen, or is he just under the shock that he's not able to accept his defeat and move?
Yeah,
Is he
he's doing this quite often. Like gives us this
Yeah.
question if he's frozen or he's thinking. I think he's just frozen. And also, what do you guys think about like during like over the board chess players are not really showing too much emotions unless there is a game under unrated. But at the average level and the high level, people are not like, making some feasts or making some noises. But here online chess, they do this a lot. Like they really
yeah.
show the emotions.
True. I think you make a very fair point. In over the board chess, you kind of feel it's disrespectful to the opponent celebrating in front of their face. So usually we kind of move away and then we start smiling and stuff and enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in online, since you cannot really see opponent, your opponent is probably not going to see you, or even if they see you, it doesn't feel so personal. Yeah, watching them celebrate in the video.
Yeah.
But having said that, Fedosey actually did a fist bump after his win in the World Cup against Amin Tabatabai.
There was so much of discussion about that in social media. Some people were choosing the side of Fedosey, and it was like, it's good for the sport. It's good for the viewers. They want this. And there's something like similar in the other sports. And there are, on the other hand, the opposite sides who were thinking it was a bit of disrespectful. I really wonder what our chat thinks about this and what you guys also think about it.
I think I'll let Sahaj answer that first.
I knew it. And then he will agree. And then he will say, okay, if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, please do it. And that's how he escapes.
I think you broke Shri there. I think you broke his code.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So Shri, what do you think?
No, I think it's okay. I mean, if you win, you celebrate. I think it's not such a bad thing in general. It's not like I mean, it's part of the thing. Yeah, once someone feels good, someone feels bad. That's part of the sport. And I guess we just got to get over this respect to the opponent and learn to be. I mean, it's totally okay to be expressive and joyous about your win.
I guess it's more like a spur of the moment thing, right? It wasn't meant to be disrespectful, I guess. It was more about, expressing his joy. Um, at least that's how I interpreted it. But yeah.
Yeah. But in chess, we have this general etiquette, yeah, that you.
But with that being said, I actually did play in the World Under 12 Championship. I think it was in Turkey, I believe. Anyway, so I actually played a guy. I'm not gonna name him, of course, but I played a guy who actually danced during the game. Like I'm saying Michael Jackson, making the faces, making the sounds, and during the game, like
Wow.
yeah, it was that. Now doing that is not okay. Doing that is just
That's
that
a
is just
bit in
bad
your face.
sportsmanship.
Well, it was before during the game, or it was
During the
right
game.
after during the game.
So like we would be playing, and then he would make his move, and then he would stand up, and then somehow he would start like imitating Michael Jackson, and then he would just making the similar. Yeah. I don't think he was moonwalking, but it was more like just he was just dancing.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, that is just not okay.
Wow, I've never heard something like that before.
Oh, after that, I mean, I've never heard or seen anyone do that again. But
What was your reactions? Like, how you reacted with that?
Well, I was 12. I I didn't really know how to react. I was just thinking that is this normal, and maybe I tried not to think about it during the game. And the sad thing is that I actually ended up losing that match.
Oh.
Now I was very upset, in the sense that I could have asked the arbiter to like make him stop, because clearly that was a tactic for
Distracting.
for distraction, exactly. But yeah, but at the moment, I wish I had taken action, but okay, I was 12. I don't think I was even 12 at the time. I think I was 11.
There is a cute photo. We can check that photo and learn how old you were. That's the photo we were talking about that yesterday.
Should we put that on the stream?
Do you have that photo, by the way?
Well, if you have permission from your side to show that, we might find the photo.
Do you really have that photo? I don't have that photo anymore. Do you really have that photo?
You delete it? You deleted
No,
the
I
history?
didn't delete it. Actually, when I was like 13, 14 years old, I actually lost both of my hard drives, and I lost all of my data on my laptop. Actually, I lost a lot of my chess games from that period as well. So I lost many photos too. So that was one of them.
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad.
Yeah, it was not. But yeah, I mean, you can show the photo. I mean, it was very long ago. It was it's not really that.
Okay, now he made sure that I don't have photo, and he's. You guys are so tricky. You guys are so tricky.
Exactly. So now you know.
Oh wow. Yeah. But I have like different people have different memories and experience from chess games, right? And we have playing this game for so long. I've never heard about dancing before, to be honest. But what usually my opponents girls are doing, and this is really annoying, is they are having either something to eat, and this is really noisy at the board, and it's like it's just not nice, because sometimes something drops on the board and so on. And on the other hand, you're also hungry, right? So it's not really polite. But some of the girls are using chewing gums, and it can really go really noisy, right? And annoying. And like, I'm always spending some time to think, like, should I tell by myself, or should I tell to arbiter? What reactions should I have? Because also, on the other hand, it's not so easy to go to the arbiter and tell to the arbiter, like, my opponent has chewing gum, and it's, it's just, especially when there is a tournament where your opponent quite well. And, sometimes it's just not going that way. So how you guys would deal with this kind of situations?
Well, I'm from India. I'm used to having a noisy distraction around. I think I think I just get used to it.
Chewing gum is cool. It's not cool. It's not cool. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, doing it deliberately, I guess, is not okay. But yeah, but sometimes, especially in India, it's pretty normal for there to be loud noises, during tournaments. But it's not like it stays for the rest of your game. It's just it's just going to be a loud noise, and you just get over it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Saugata Bose makes a good point in the chat. He was like, distracting during the game is just not cool. Yeah, I mean, celebrating after the game, that's a different thing. So I think that's where you draw the line. Just don't distract / disturb your opponent while the game is going on. Meanwhile, I really made this test. I really made this test by making this move, bishop into e6 on the board, and seeing if Keti can resist from shouting out black's move. But I think she has really changed after that YouTube video. And meanwhile, Saugata Bose.
Thank you for teaching me a lesson. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe
he was like, okay, she's not learning a lesson. I have to do this. I have to do this.
That was fun. I loved the idea when I imagined it in my mind. Yesterday I was already thinking of making that clip, and I loved the idea. Meanwhile, the chat is also trained, and Saugata Bose comes up with the move bishop into h2 check. So shout out to him. And guys, whenever we get stuck with something or stagnated, always feel free to comment on the chat about anything, and especially if you have any chess questions, chess doubts, or questions about the game.
Right. So this is the current position, right? And Wesley just needs one draw in 2 games.
Yes, Wesley just needs one draw in 2 games.
And he has an extra pawn, but still the game is on.
True. Again, I think he really surprised Jordan in the second move. He played knight f6. In all the other games, they were going into the Spanish. And who gets in the first surprise, I think it also plays a huge role in games between 2 relatively evenly matched opponents. And especially against Jordan, I think it has worked like a dream for Wesley. Just take him out from what he has been having on his computer in recent times, and then try to play chess. But of course, it's not as easy as it sounds to actually be able to do this, because Jordan also knows so much that it's not easy to find areas where he hasn't actually worked on that opening. But I think Wesley has been very successful in doing this. He has shown his class and versatility.
Yeah, seems to me that it should not be really hard here to get at least a half point in this position. For example, bishop e5 or king g7, just like this. They're not too much of the pieces. Then next will be rook e8, trying to trade the rooks, knight e5, knight f4, Just black needs to simplify the position as much as the opponent allows.
Yes, just exchange everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Fair. I think Wesley is going to go through. What do you think? Anyone disagrees here? Chat, Sahaj. Of course, Keti, I don't have to specify because I did say chat.
I'm representative of chat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wesley has a. I mean, I don't see any problems for Wesley here. I mean, this looks like a pretty straightforward. I mean, let's say minimum draw, because black is a pawn up here, so obviously, yeah, I don't see this turning out well for Jordan.
But I think a great fight by Jordan and fantastic spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so kudos to that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the game between Mamadiro and Aronian, it actually seems pretty interesting. At this point, White played bishop to e3, and here Aronian just ignored this pawn on c5 and played knight d5. Bishop into c5, b6, attacking the bishop. The bishop had to go to e3, and now after b5, knight c d2, short castle. Black is just a pawn down, but he seems to be having really good compensation.
Well done, Shri, for not mentioning that it's that the bishop on g2 is a Catalan bishop, and that people should.
I would have done that if white was better.
You're just hoping that we would do that. Somebody from us would do that. Change the strategy.
Yeah, guys. I'm not always about promotion. Sometimes I also talk about chess.
Wow.
I mean, I'm a bit different from ED. It's a bit more mixed here.
Well, I like this position for black as well, because now b2 pawn is hanging, and also the bishop on e3 is just not the at the best square. For instance, if black captures this pawn, then white will have double pawns in the center, and this pawn on e3 might be attacked by queen b6 or bishop h6. So maybe that's the idea here for Aronian, to sacrifice the pawn, and clearly, for me at least, it is home preparation for him, because he has not really spent too much of the time.
Yeah, completely agree with you. I'm pretty sure this was home preparation. I do remember looking at something very similar in one of Aronian's earlier matches in the Champion Chess Tour. I don't exactly remember against whom, but I think it was against Artemiev in the final of the Gold Money Asia Rapid. And now he seems to have gotten really comfortable with this variation. And if Aronian wins this, he guarantees himself a slot in the semi-final. So Li Kuang is already there in the semi-final, and now Aronian could also be joining him. Wesley So is probably going to be the second semi-finalist. And yeah, I think if Aronian wins this, he will probably set up a match against Li Kuang in the semis.
Right. What about Hikaru and Artemiev? The previous game ended in a victory of Hikaru, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
So it's still equal. It's still equal from yesterday and today.
Yeah, it is equal from yesterday and today. They have been so evenly matched. They drew 4 games yesterday. They won one each today, and at the moment, I think black is doing fine. Yeah, he has neutralized white. So this also started in the same opening, by the way, the first 4 moves, the first 5 moves. But Hikaru chose to put his pawn on e5, whereas Aronian had put his pawn on c5. And after bishop d to a5 h4 with the idea of h5, black played h6 in order to meet h5 with g5. And after bishop c3, f6, e4. I think it's a very, very interesting move. Yeah, this move e4, taking control of the center, yes, but putting your pawn here. I guess he wanted to follow it up with d4, but here Hikaru got more concrete. He played b5, so that after knight e3, knight e7, if white plays d4, then black has b4. So he just directly played against this idea. And now after h5, g5, it looks like this bishop on g7 is completely engulfed by his pawns. Yeah.
Well, if white wants to play d4, then white has to play something else before. Can you guess what it is, Sri? I think you get it.
a3?
No.
a3 preventing b4 and preparing d4.
What are your candidate moves, Sri?
Well, I think I'm more of a see it played kind of guy, and the move first, think later kind of guy. So I would see a3, and I would probably play it without thinking, having any second thoughts, and not regretting.
By that logic, actually b3 will work for you.
Well, I also like to win games, Sahaj.
As I said, we can. I think it would be great if Keti. I think it was before you got here. I suggested this to him that maybe Nihal should play Shri, where Nihal gets white all games and Shri gets black all games, and he should only play one b3.
Oh my God!
Then, Shri can show Nihal why b3 is such a bad move, so he can just refute it. That's
we already had a game like that once. Nihal and Will were playing Hand and Brain in one of the streams, and they played against me, and it started with 1b3. It was a game with, like Nihal and Vidit, they were supposed to play Hand and Brain, but they were virtually discussing the moves with each other and playing. And I was like, what? How is this? It was more like a brain and brain.
Ashri, I have really, really tricky question here. Like, are you working on new course right now?
Not really, no. No, not yet.
After this, I'm kind of thinking that maybe your next video course will be with black pieces against 1b3. That's gonna be a pure war here. That's going to be a pure war.
That's such an interesting idea. I think we should really discuss it, Sahaj. The anti 1b3. But I have a feeling that Gear won't approve of it, and I don't see it going ahead. Anything that threatens the existence of b3.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's going to be a good idea, I think.
Maybe I have to start approaching other companies to publish an anti b3. I don't think it's going to work on Chessable.
Do people does the chat not know the history behind b3 and the Catalan courses? And
I think all of them know. They know more than us, actually. They know both sides. So
wait, there are sides?
Yeah, of course. G3 and B3 sides. There are two sides.
Can you?
Yeah, there is a left. There is a left and there is a right. Which I think Keti is Catalan. I mean, she literally plays. Action speaks louder than words. People can say what they want, but you have to look at what opening they play in games that matter to them. And Keti has, played full Catalan all her life.
Yeah, but I have bad news for you. I started to play just some sort of setups, and I play G3 and then I play B3 or other way.
No, I mean, you could say that, many times we do things that we regret. I mean, that happens a lot in life, but I'm sure Catalan is not one of those things.
No. I like Catalan. I really like it. I just like Fianchetto Bishop. Like they are so dangerous.
Yeah, they're very nice. They're like snipers. They sit behind a lot of things and then they hit you in one shot.
Oh my
Knight
god!
d4.
What is this snipers coming from? Like some FBI series or
Valorant. I play Valorant, yeah?
Oh yeah, I don't know what's the game, but I know that you play that one. I should start to play.
Yeah.
Other video games too.
Guys, it's not that I hate B3. It's just that I love chess, and it's just unfortunate. Exactly, Saugata. Wow. This guy's awesome. He really deserves a big shout out.
I thought you were going to end that sentence with he really deserves the B3 course.
That's the exact opposite of what he deserves. Meanwhile, Sahaj, is there a course coming on the King's Gambit?
There already is, no?
Oh, it's been published already. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it came out like last week now already.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just see a tweet from Nihal which says, "When disappointed, start again." But Nihal, please start differently in the next coming games. Start again, yes, but not the same way.
True.
All right, so knight d4 on the board, and after b3 there was a small spike in the evaluation bar towards black, but after knight d4 it went up for white, and bishop g2 played. So far the pace of the
Sorry.
were you like trying to record that for
It is no, I'm not recording. It is the fault of your moderator, Gorky, who just tagged me on the YouTube video on Instagram, and I was just trying to share that to my own Instagram. So blame your moderator, not me.
I don't see the clip. But okay.
I think he tagged me only me.
But yeah, I think here we see the effect of this bishop being out of the game. So it's almost like black is playing with one piece down in terms of control of the chessboard. And I think bishop into d4 at some point, and maybe even knight f5, sacrificing a pawn and trying to take control of the light squares if he can prevent black from playing f5. But honestly speaking, I don't really see why black is worse here. To me, it looks
like black here.
Yeah, so I don't understand why the computer seems to be slightly favoring white.
Yeah, I don't know. Black seems to be more comfortable here. I guess white's advantage will. No, I was thinking maybe if you have f4 somewhere, maybe knight d2 f4 or knight h2 f4, then there might be some break. But yeah, it's. But I just asked myself, what if I just don't do anything? What if I just leave after f4? If you played f4, I'll just leave it. Then what? And yeah.
You have to try and take advantage of these light square weaknesses as white.
Completely, but you have to eliminate the bishop first. But how are you going to do that?
Yeah, that was kind of my point. Yeah, like I want to go into a position where, let's say, I make a random move, just to illustrate. And if you, for example, ignore here, then as white, I want to trade this and try and get something like knight f5 at some point. Even sacrificing a pawn, but getting control of all these light squares. This was one of my strategic ideas, and then try to play on these light squares. So maybe the knight is better on d2. So if I can get the same position with knight d2 and f4 and takes and knight f5. This might not be such a bad thing for white in general against this bishop, despite the cost of a pawn.
Right. All of that Catalan wisdom is showing here.
Yes, it always shows.
But I actually like the knight on h2 because I was considering rook f5 ideas somewhere, just to sack the bishop and just put the bishop on e4, knight on g4 could be interesting. But
Like this, yeah.
Yeah, just I mean, white is an exchange down, a pawn down as well, but that bishop compensates, I think, to an extent.
Yeah, all the different ideas revolving around the same theme of bad bishop and the opposite color bishop. But Artemiev played 92, Hikaru goes a4, understandably so. I think that's also one of the advantages of 92 to protect the pawn on b3. And yeah, I said it. And now maybe he goes f4.
Yeah, f4 looks good. Plus, I like that idea of knight f5 actually quite a lot. Yeah, I think f4 is maybe even b4 looks interesting here. But yeah, it's unnecessary complications. I think f4 is a lot simpler. But just the only problem is that if you play bishop d4 now, I might not take with the pawn, I might take with the queen.
Right.
I think that's the main problem now. Because that idea that you mentioned, if black takes back with the pawn, you can always play knight f5 or even knight d5 for that matter. Just to maybe knight f5 is subjectively more accurate now that I think about it.
Yeah, this is the nice for white.
Yeah, but just queen d4 is the issue here.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe maybe he needs to find maybe f4, bring the knight back to f3, and then take on d4, something like that. But it'll be difficult to get that position, get our desired position, shall I say?
Right. Yeah, I think a nice strategic position for white, but he's probably finding it a bit difficult to implement things concretely. Meanwhile, things heating up a bit in the Mamadero Aronian game. So we will get back to the Artemiev Hikaru when it gets closer to the time scramble, which has been the theme of their match so far. They have played the initial part of the game slow and set up these very interesting finishes. But the match between Mamadero against Aronian needs only a win. Like he needs only 1 point out of the next 2 games in order to secure his spot in the semis. And here he seems to be really well placed to be doing that. The white king on f2 vulnerable, the pawn on e3 vulnerable, bishop e3 check in the air, e into d4 in the air. What do you guys think? How bad is this for white?
Oh, I mean, practically, I mean, it's a big problem, but we have to consider the fact that he's playing Mamedyarov, who kind of thrives in these positions. Um, although arguably also it's more from the other side of the board, when
Exactly.
yeah, I do agree with that, but yeah, I mean, objectively, once again, the position is definitely, it's not looking good for white. Because the problem with these positions is there are so many candidate moves. There are so many moves to choose from, and then ultimately, it's just the choice. The more choice you have, the more mistakes you can make. Is the problem here?
Is that a live theme, Sahaj? Do you think
I don't know. Did you read about? Did you watch it in a TV show or or in Naruto? I don't know.
No, I mean, fortunately, I've not been in positions where I've had a lot of choices / options. But what do you guys think? Is there a choice of? I mean, is there a possibility of making more mistakes when there are a lot of choices, or when there are very limited options?
I think the question goes to Sahaj.
Yeah, now I think Keti just switched sides, guys, just so you know.
I pick
Just-
up very,
just-
very fast from Coach Stream. So
Mm.
And chat, what do you think?
I will
his
take
question
this.
is about not chess, to be precise. Okay, he's talking about in the relationships.
I never specified that. I just said life. But clearly, people equate life with relationships.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll just ask the chat. But yeah, please feel free to answer first.
You can put that in a poll now, no?
Yeah,
He's doing that. He's doing
but,
that.
But you guys
For
go
once,
first.
they can be a fair poll, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about life, but when I play chess and I have too much of the options and too much of the candidate moves and not enough time to think, or sometimes even I have like 1 hour, but I still start to analyze all the games, and then I'm getting really tired and confused and lost. I really prefer to have like not too much of the options. And sometimes it's easier for me to play when I'm defender, like in defense, because some of the moves comes really easily and naturally, and it's like only one move and you have to find that. So it's easier to do. But yeah, about life, I don't know. We need pull for that.
It's easier to react than to create. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell my opinion at the end of this poll so as to not bias the viewers. But meanwhile, Swarali, like me, she always sticks to chess no matter what. And here she's suggesting this move, bishop into e3 check. But king into e3, and now what? What are you guys laughing at, by the way? And chat, meanwhile, while you're clicking away on the polls, do hit that like button. Let's get it out. Let's get it past 150. Let's get it past 150 and subscribe to the channel if you haven't.
She's
And
thinking about some dates today or tomorrow. I know. Get out for a date.
Okay, Shri, I just got confirmation from Geert that he will agree to an anti-1b3 course for black.
wow.
I'm asking for a percentage from here, okay? Because Chad knows it was my idea.
Hey, Swarali found this first, by the way. It's very impressive. Big shout out to her. She found bishop into e3, king into e3, rook e8, and it was exactly played by Aronian. I think it's very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. And now, chat, please keep going. Let's say I play queen c2. Now, how should black continue?
I'm getting in a shape.
Mm-hmm.
I am really tired today, but from tomorrow I'll be back in my usual shape and I'll be shouting a lot of moves. Unnecessary shouting.
We'll be getting a lot more content, yeah? Reels and shorts and what does lot of choices, guys? Since when did we talk about relationships? I was talking in general. I never specified the word relationships. And no one is going against b3. In fact, it's actually unfairly favored. There was a poll on Chess24 India, b3 versus Catalan, and b3 won by a big margin.
Oh,
it's sad, it's sad, but people make unhealthy choices all the time, so it's understandable.
Oh no, Rookie, at this time there's a checkmate on the board and there is no one who spotted that. Is it true? In the chat, we don't have. Rookie 5 is first suggestion.
Yes, I'm surprised Swarali hasn't.
They're waiting for me, I think. Like when I'm starting shouting, there is a competition and they're typing faster.
True. Actually, that's a very strong motivation. It's like
Rook d4 is the second suggestion.
Saugata, yes. I think rook d4 is possible here. What do you think?
I like rook d4. That brings the king in the center on d4 and also pins the e5 knight. So after king takes d4, queen takes on e5 with a check, and king has only one move on d3. And here we have a checkmate in one move, and
Yeah.
or checkmate in two moves.
Yeah, it depends on which
Yeah.
piece you choose to checkmate it.
Okay, chat, you can do the rest here.
Or just take a rook.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. And I guess Aronian might.
He's going for it. We have this on the board. Rook e8 is on the board, but wait, in our position we had black to move, right?
No. I played queen c2 here.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was thinking,
this is how I set things up for the chat. King f2 was what was played in the game, and he took rook into e5, d into e5, queen b6 check. The queen is attacked, and it's a check.
Mm-hmm.
So king g2, rook into d1, and a position where black can never lose, and very good chances to win if he gets one of the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, then black will create a pass pawn on the queen side, and rook and the bishop is not enough forces to fight against the queen. Especially the king on g2 is really not so
I'm not
well
really
protected.
sure that one of the pawns will be falling here. How are you guys going to do that?
Let's start it from like queen c5, queen c1 idea.
So white needs to, bishop d5 is strong. Yeah, I'm not so sure if black is winning in this position.
Can I go instead of queen c5, queen e3 and attack e5 pawn in that way?
Yeah, I think that would be stronger.
But then rook d5.
King f8.
Mm-hmm.
But rook d5.
Yeah, if black loses these pawns, then also it becomes a draw. So it's a two. It applies equally, like it's reciprocal. So he goes king f8, and what does he intend after bishop d5? Just king e8 maybe? Because after rook into f7, I do have queen c5. And if you...
e4?
Yeah, I should go queen d4 actually.
Okay. Yeah, this is better, definitely.
So he cannot take rook into... he goes queen d4 directly.
He goes queen d4, yeah.
Nice, Sri.
Makes sense. So you see, the previous poll was not entirely accurate, yeah? It was probably a bit unfair.
How it ended?
With TV shows and films winning against chess.
I think you just got the best out of it. Like, you even got too much of the votes for chess. Let's be fair.
And white has played b3. This certainly cannot be good. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the evaluation bar shows what it shows. Queen into e5, rook into f7, king e8.
Now e4.
And queen b2 is met by rook f2. So maybe you shouldn't play queen to e5. Maybe you should play king e8 first. No, bishop c6 now. No, then queen c5. But king e8 feels a bit risky. We have to try and find, maybe just go queen b2, yeah? Just ignore. Yeah, you have to ignore.
And rook f7 and e6, That looks dangerous.
True.
King e8 was played. And the bishop c6 really quickly. So here we suggest queen c5.
Yeah, well, you have to keep a watch. Yeah. So this time I'm the one calling out Aronion's moves. So I think we had some kind of a switch over me and Katie.
That's right.
Does this mean the more movies you watch, the better player you become?
I wish. But maybe there is some truth to that. Bishop f3 and
just get the a5
queen
pawn,
c2.
right? Oh, you don't want to
Yeah,
get a5 yet? You want to get a2?
No. I want the a2 pawn. Yeah. I want to first get a2 and then I want to take this pawn on b3.
How about
capture
rook
this
d5?
pawn alive? Sorry?
Rook d5?
Yeah, rook d5 is a good move. a4. I wanted to capture this pawn alive, but I have to.
Oh, that's tricky. After rook b5, we want to play a3, right?
Yeah. Of course, you think I would actually want the b3 pawn. I don't care if it exists or not.
It's poison.
Wow.
It doesn't make a difference.
Wow.
It's poison.
The hate is real.
But yeah, you can just take this and play a3.
Just so you know, guys, I feel like that comment came from the heart. Question. I felt like that was not scripted.
Well, nothing is ever scripted here. We are not. We are not doing things at such high levels yet.
Sure.
Yes.
Again, is that some sort of
that is part of the script? No, but it looks like Aronian might, Shaq might manage to hold a fortress here. Yeah, he puts the rook on e4, and then there's no way to. It's probably no way to break through. Meanwhile, we have a draw in Wesley So Jordan. So Wesley So also advances to the semifinals, where he will play the winner of the match between Hikaru and Artemiev, in which the third game has ended in a draw. So they're at 1.5, and it all comes down to the fourth game. And if that is also a draw, then we will go into the tiebreakers, which is Katie's favorite part of this tournament.
Yeah, that's true. But I will go really easy on that because I know that you just came back at home and you prefer to have that tie breaks maybe in the end of the tournament. So
yeah, but okay, I mean, I want what the chat wants in general. I'm very pro chat, except when they want b3, in which case I'm pro chess. I just can't.
I need a timer to measure the time. How long can you stay without mention that?
I just blurt out the truth,
Like if you can do like 5 minutes at least. I think no. What do you think, Sahaj? Can he like not mention b3 or g3 for like 5 minutes?
I doubt it. Especially we have a Catalan bishop on the board. He won't be able to stop it. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't say that white is able to draw because he got rid of the b3 pawn.
Actually, he forgets about that when it comes to b3. He forgets
Well, to be honest, the white is able to hold this position mainly because of this bishop on f3, the Catalan bishop. That is like holding things together. The pawn on b3, you see, yeah, when there was a time in need, it just abandoned white and went on to uh, greener pastures. It just focused on its own advance. It Whereas look at this bishop, it's just standing there, holding things together like an anchor, and ensuring that he stays near the king, he stays near the rook. He's a team player, and he will give his life for the white pieces.
I wish we have AD here right now.
Also,
It's gonna be a huge fight.
Harsh actually is asking for Srinath right now. He asked, we want another movie reference. And so I can only imagine it's for you.
It could be anyone, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Shall we revert back to the previous poll?
I think people were just a bit misguided on that poll, but
like which character in which movie?
like Walter White in Breaking Bad, for example.
There we go.
He has an answer.
Well, I would like to think I have an answer for everything, but I don't. Just for the TV show references.
Okay, how long are you watching like movies per day in hours, and how long do you practice chess?
What? Well, I don't practice a lot of chess.
Keti with the personal questions.
Let's keep that a mystery.
No, he's just going to answer by himself about the poll that we had earlier, and he was pushing people to vote for chess, and now he's answering the other way. So let him speak by himself.
So guys, let's hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And yeah, now can black still really break white's fortress here, like they did in the Troy movie?
That was a fantastic reference. Well done. Like, come on, like making that connection. Come on, yeah. I mean, I feel like people voted too high for you, like on chess. It would have been a lot lower.
But it's a good example. It's a really good example.
Yeah.
I think
it's very chessy. It's very chess. Like sometimes you're sacrificing just to get some positional advantage, and then you are bringing in other forces. So I agree with him. I have seen that, at least. I have not seen much of the movies, but the ones I have seen, I can agree.
But yeah, I mean, I think black will not be able to do it because he does not have a knight. He does not have the Trojan horse. If only he had a knight to get into these squares.
There could be, like, if black will you stop, or yeah. It can be something like if black can like get bishop and the rook for a queen, and then in the end game the king is quite active. Yeah, but yeah, as you mentioned there earlier, this bishop on f3 is just like a rock, just sticking there and guards the whole position. So it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mehmet is just playing rook e4, rook f4, rook e4, rook f4. That's what I was drawing the arrows on, by the way. He's just doing these two moves the last few seconds, the last few minutes. And f5. So f5, I take rook h4. And do you just go king e5 with the idea of f4?
But how about rook
But
h6?
the thing is, but then I take this pawn, yeah, which is what I want.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see that.
No, but the problem is whenever you go f4, I have rook h5 check, and I take this pawn. So maybe I just wait.
But where the white's rook go now?
King f2. He goes king h3, just making sure there's no check at all. And whenever there's f4, I have rook h5 check. This is his strategy. This is his defensive strategy from the walls of Troy.
Completely. Since you guys are, you Shri is always promoting Catalan. I should also mention that I did a course last year on strategic endgames. It's called Timeless Technique Strategic Endgames. Anyway, so this is we had this whole chapter on fortresses itself, and I didn't realize until I knew it to an extent, but I didn't realize that how much of an importance this is, that how useless an engine can be when you're analyzing fortresses. It's completely, this is just completely bizarre. I spent maybe weeks analyzing like a few games, back to back, and still I couldn't understand what was going on in the thing. But we managed to extract 3 points on how to break a fortress. So the first one is a pawn lever, which is sort of like a breakthrough, like sort of like f4, but not exactly. Imagine if there was a pawn on e3, imagine if there's a pawn on g3, then something like f4 would be a breakthrough. The second one is what you guys were just speaking about, which is a zugzwang, which is exactly what we were saying, that the rook currently doesn't have any more squares to to go. Okay, right now it has c4, but when the queen was at c1, the rook was pretty much stuck to that h4 place. And the third one is exchanging. Now, of course, that is not possible in this position. So if we just look at these 3 points, and if we think about is any of this possible in this position, then we can just safely say that the fortress should not be broken here.
That's a good point.
Okay.
That's a good point.
That's very instructive. Guys from my Discord, make sure to clip it for an actual instructive chess clip. Yeah, we do that too on Chess24 India.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Like, it can help you to evaluate the position without engine, because we don't use engines on the board. But also, it's of the idea of knowing that even if you have no queen on the board, you can still hold the position. This is very important, and many players don't pay attention to study that positions, right?
Sorry, I see what Aronian is doing, by the way. He's trying to separate the rook and the king, and then he either takes the a4 pawn if the rook is separated from this side with this pawn on f4, or if the rook goes away from the king, like for example c4, then he closes off with f4 and then tries to mate the white king with his king on f2. So it looks like he might actually succeed in breaking through this fortress, because right now f4 is coming almost by force after the rook moves, of course, and then black might be able to take this pawn with check somehow.
Yeah, I like queen a1 idea. That's actually threatens a checkmate on f1 and then g2. And also attacks the pawn on a4. So rook has to move, but has to stay on the 4th rank. In that case, yeah. And this is your idea of f4. Oh, is that no? Yeah, f4 with queen h8 checkmate, right?
But f4 if I just take the pawn. But I think in essence, probably. Yeah. The idea makes sense, but you might want to try and keep the king under lock and key.
Yeah, but another important thing is that the fortress, I think, is already broken here, because the king has passed the 5th or the 4th rank in this position. I think that exactly was the fortress, right? Because white was trying very hard to not let the king pass through the 5th rank initially. And I think the position sort of went sideways when he took the pawn on h6. I'm not exactly sure if like here rook c4 would have made more sense to me instead.
Yeah, it allowed black king to cross the 4th rank, and then it activated very much on f2.
Yeah, I think once the king crossed that threshold, I think black's chances increased exponentially.
Yeah. True. I think that's a fantastic and very instructive point about the concept of fortress in general. And I think very instructive from Aronian as well. He had very little time, but I think he's done a fantastic job illustrating how this fortress has could have been broken, has been broken. Rook h8, and now he has to find a way to finish things off. Yeah.
Four, maybe?
Now it's about tactics, right?
Yeah. Now it's the concrete calculation, and he's coming to f4 to attack both a4 as well as h2.
Can I play rook h4 here?
Yes. Now I wait a move. Like I make one waiting move, queen e3, for example. Yeah.
See, maybe even queen c1 is interesting because you have queen f1 check idea.
Yeah. Queen f6. All these moves are essentially towards the same idea. Yeah, you just wait one move, and but queen f6 maybe not so much
because you have rook g5 check.
Yeah. Oh, he missed rook g5 check. Why? Why did he allow this? Oh, because he did not see the evaluation bar. He didn't know he was winning.
True.
You went rook h5 back. Okay, that doesn't look right.
Rook g2 was better, right?
Yeah.
Rook h5 and now come
And
back
again,
queen
you have to go
f6.
queen f6 or queen f4 just to not allow rook g5 again.
You just have to lose a move with black. That's the key. Sometimes to win, you have to lose.
What?
A tempo, I was about to say.
Oh. What do you say?
Sometimes to win, you have to lose a tempo. So queen g6 and king g1. See, this is what he did. He lost a tempo. And now after rook h5, he will go queen f6. Rook goes here, queen g5, rook h5, queen f4, and we have this winning position. This is the thing he's aiming for.
Yeah, he has 45 seconds for the moment, and he can just play around, and then in the end he will see the idea, and he will go for it, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Lose to Win is a chapter from this book, Art of Learning by Josh Waitzkin, and it's a pretty common cultural reference, by the way.
Oh no, he started to bring books now. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Harsh Kumar has gone totally on the movie tangent.
Okay, this is now gone, right? Okay, no, rook g5 check, I missed.
Queen h8 is coming. This is the problem, I guess.
But bishop f3 back, probably.
Then you lose the a4 pawn by force.
Rook g2 and king.
Yeah. Bishop
no,
c6.
It doesn't work because queen h6 check is there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Shri, I think that is something I would really like you to enunciate. Keti, by the way, what Harsh said on the chat is a very, very famous saying from this Bollywood movie Bazigar. So, Shri,
yeah, जीत के हारने वाले हो बाजीगर कहते हैं.
No, you said it the other way.
What?
That was the first one, no? हाँ, हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं. But his first one was this. It's also there in The Family Man.
Oh my god.
Family Man?
What is Family Man?
It's a TV show on Amazon Prime. It's really popular in India, by the way. So he goes to a therapist, this guy, the main protagonist, and the therapist starts quoting stuff, stuff like philosophical stuff, like sometimes to win you have to lose first and all these things, and then the protagonist loses it. And so he's like, I've also watched movies, I can also say dialogues. And that comes out with all these. Meanwhile, we missed the end of the game. So rook g2 check, king e1, king d2, rook a1, queen h6 check. So here, chat, is the question for you. Why did white resign here? Like, how does black win exactly? Why did Mamadero resign and allow Aronian to go into the semi-final? I will give you a few seconds to answer this question while I wait for Artemio to make a move in his game against Hikaru, because I really don't want to go there with the move in the existing position.
Go, chat. Say that he has to go. He has to go there.
Okay, if you want
he
me
has
to go fast.
right now. Oh no, we missed that.
Yeah, queen g7 check. That's correct. So let me slowly show the illustration. Queen g7 attacking the rook.
The pawn will not be gone for a while from b3 square. So you can go.
Yeah. So
yeah, he was hoping for a4, a4, a, b, c, b, but it's gonna be still there on b3.
Yeah, but at least we didn't go at the moment where white played b3. But good job, Anshika, Sente, and Ritvik, and even Harsh Kumar, Shushant, Akshay Shankar, Swarali. We have almost 100 votes on what is worse, paradox of choice or scarcity of choice. Most of them choosing paradox of choice, because when we have a lot of choices, things do tend to be confusing. But I think the solution to it is to, limit your choices. Sometimes don't overthink about things. Sometimes, just have conclusions which can be changed later. So you can you can decide quickly and stop thinking about it.
Is that something like you can get married and then divorce, or what was your?
Oh yeah, that's also an option. But I was talking more in terms of chess and shopping and stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, there is some chat. I should say there is something going on here which even I'm not aware of. But yeah, not sure what it is.
It's imagination, guys. It's imagination.
Yeah, it's definitely not imagination. I can say that much.
It's definitely imagination. Guys, why does everything come down to one topic at the end? And that's not even 1b3.
There it is.
5 minutes, definitely.
I think shopping is one of the things where you really have a huge paradox of choice. Yeah, that's one of the things that changed.
You can buy and try at home, and if it's not good, you can return, but you have to keep recipe. Like I lost recipe and I cannot return now one of my things, and it's like really bad. But that's actually also like quite useful.
Just do e-commerce. Strategy. Just do e-commerce, and then you can return it without even the receipt.
Huh? What should I do?
Like buy online.
Yeah. Yeah, true. But I have huge mall right into like 2 minutes walking from my place. So.
A huge what?
A shopping
a huge
center.
mall.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sounds strange, but yeah, I meant.
But center. You have a bigger mall, even less than 2 minutes, more like 2 seconds away.
Oh God. You're good
on your browser.
You're good at this. I need more classes. I need more streams.
People are relating B3 to Naruto and Sasuke, who are like the two main characters in Naruto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I know. I know that Sasuke was supposed to be like stronger, but then he's not, right?
It's kind of hard to say. Like they're both A bit like Carlsen and Karyakin, or something like that. Two prodigies, both of them growing very rapidly, and very hard to say who was stronger at which point. And at some point, one takes off, and then at some point, another catches up, and again he takes off, and that was the whole story. And then they had a draw, though, kind of like the World Championship match. We didn't have a tiebreak in Naruto.
No tiebreaks, no Armageddons. So this is the final game for today, right?
If this is a draw, then we are here for much longer.
Yeah,
It will go into 2 tiebreaks. So what do you want, chat? Do we want tiebreakers or no?
Yeah, I would like to see tiebreaks. Why not?
Yeah, I also don't mind with such pleasant company.
I feel like Srinath is more inclined towards watching Naruto now.
We could have a Naruto watch along with the Hikaru Artemiu tiebreak.
Wait, was it Vidit who was watching football at the same time as commentary?
Yes, Vidit was watching football at the same time as commentary. But when AD played in the Indian Open, the qualification event for the Champion Chess Tour, I mean, when he played in the Indian qualifiers, he was actually watching anime in between the games in the final against Arjun. He wasn't checking lines. He wasn't revising his B3 stuff. He was just watching anime, and the arbiters were watching this on screen share, the fair play thing.
Yeah.
And it was anime.
Oh wow. Oh wow, I would not imagine that. Like, oh wow.
Even with AD, you wouldn't imagine that, yeah? Even with AD, there are a few things outside our imagination. A few crazy things.
He's so into this B3 course, but seems like something else is more important for him.
Oh yeah, for AD, I think food is the first priority. Second is anime, and third is 1B3. So when AD sees a girl and they talk about their future and stuff, this is his list of priorities, and the girl has to pass this test. And
so far, no one passed it.
I'm not sure if so far any of them have
Manu,
attempted the test.
please mute me sometimes. You can do it.
No, I mean, so far I don't think anyone has attempted the test, let alone pass it.
Oh, that's even savage. And if you guys are clipping that, then please do it up to here. And we do love you, AD. We do love you a lot.
Let's
just comes from the love from our side.
Yeah, Srinath, I think, wanted to say, speak for yourself.
No, I mean, I don't get that reference.
No, because you said we love you, right?
I did not.
That's what I said, that you wanted to say that.
Yesterday he said that he also loves AD.
No, I just said the people we tease the most are usually the people we love the most. But rules have exceptions.
I don't think that's something he said yesterday, did he?
He did not say that.
Like, for example, I tease the B3 course a lot. That's a clear exception, though.
I see.
But what's going on in the game here? Hikaru has played really fast.
Hikaru has taken inspiration from both you and AD.
But in AD's course, there are many lines where there is the double fianchetto, bishop both on B2 and G2.
Yes, but it looks like he is. I like to think of it as he has taken inspiration from both courses.
He's not choosing the side. Actually, he likes to play this. I have been commentating a lot of his games at Title Tuesdays and Irony Kings that he's playing a lot, and he's always choosing this setup with G3 and B3, like always, at least what I have seen.
Take the pair of bishops and put the bishops here. Yeah. Absolutely. It's a very solid setup by Hikaru, actually. I think only white can try to press and play for a win here. And for black, he is also very solid with these with this pawn structure, which can come in both the Slav as well as Caro-Kann. And it's usually slightly very pleasant for white. Why am I saying slightly very pleasant? I don't know. It's that time of the day, but it's not easy to break through black's defenses and win for white. Although he has an edge. What do you guys think?
I like this position with pair of bishop and a little bit more space advantage. There can be some ideas like, for example, h4, h5 to push this pawn. Or it can be also the idea like c4, rook d1, d5 push, just to open up the position somehow.
Yeah, I think this is white's main idea. If white manages to break d5, break with d5 under favorable circumstances, then I think white does well. And if black prevents it, which he does by various means, for example, sometimes playing d5 and forcing white to take it, or just put a lot of pieces that control the d5 point, then usually black is okay. And Sahaj, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I will probably pick white here too. Yeah, with the c4 d5 ideas, because I'm mainly inclined towards the double bishop advantage. And even if the one pair of bishops get exchanged and in some way we still get to have d5, then it's in white's favor, because whenever there is a bishop versus knight situation, then we need open positions as bishops and closed positions when you have a knight. So because knight is a short range piece and bishop is a long range piece. And so yeah, c4 d5, if that is possible, then I'm sure white will have a slight pull in this position. But yeah, it's another story to actually execute that plan, because I see now Artemiev has played queen b6, where now c4 is not possible because the b3 pawn is hanging. So perhaps something like queen e3 or yeah, but it just feels very awkward to play that.
Are you implying that the b3 pawn is the problem for white in executing his plan?
No, I'm saying the b3 pawn needs more protection. Again, that was another 5 minutes that you couldn't spend without mentioning b3. You have successfully failed this experiment.
I think it was 5 minutes. The poll is already 7 minutes, and I don't think I spoke.
Yes,
during the entirety.
We were discussing b3 when you put this poll on. So no. You can make a poll about this if people think you can stay 5 minutes without talking about b3.
Yeah, I would bet my money he can't.
I don't think there will be a bigger difference in or like I'm really curious to see how many people are going to say no. I highly doubt if there would be maybe Srinath's like second account might.
Yeah. Or if there is an option to vote many times with one account, he will do that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I think everyone would do that.
Yeah, like refresh the page and just vote again, refresh the page and vote again, something like that.
Nice. I like here Artemius move a4. And what happens after b4 if white pushes b4? With the idea to play c4 really quickly.
Then he might go queen b5.
Yeah, but then
bishop b2,
queen d5.
Yeah, I'll move the queen away maybe to f4, I guess.
Bishop g5.
I'll move the queen again to
c7.
c7.
Ooh. Now, I wish I can play b5, but I can't. So maybe I have to fight by concrete means.
This is a repetition Minimum.
Yeah, this is actually a draw. Then we'll get the tiebreakers. I think it's not a minimum, no? Queen b7, rook b8, and isn't it like more or less coming by force? Or do you have some c4 move here?
No,
But
I
even
was saying
c4.
minimum as in I was looking for better options for black.
Yeah.
Because I thought the queen might get trapped over there, but yeah, it doesn't look like it.
True.
Yeah, white will not go here in this position with so much time on the clock.
True, but this is the point, yeah? You really want to take control of this c4 square, so this d5 doesn't happen.
We have
That's
this
the-
position on the board, like almost after queen b5, white is still thinking. But white has to take care of this knight b6, knight c4 idea or knight d5 idea.
How?
Yeah, that's a good point. How queen, maybe queen starting with queen f4.
But I'll always try
Yes.
to hit you with tempo.
Yes, and now we have queen d6 move.
Rook d8, which rook? I think this rook.
Right. That's not working. Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a poll out on how long can she. It looks like it's above 90 seconds, which is winning. After maybe numerous votes from the public. The
No,
Janata.
this is really easy on you. This is really easy on you.
How is it easy on me?
Because the numbers are very close to each other.
But
Harsh says that there is no option for less than 30 seconds.
No, the first one is less than 30 seconds, right?
Yeah. I would vote for
Doesn't
like
that-
Or is the
60 to
sign
90.
wrong?
The sign is wrong, I think. It's supposed to be the other way.
The sign is wrong. Is it? Is the sign wrong?
I think so.
The first one is more than 30 seconds and the last one is less than 30.
Yeah.
It should be the other
Okay,
way. I
let's
think.
have the poll remade.
That says less than 90 seconds, which I think is fair too.
It was really good, actually.
That is something I don't have a problem with.
But people were clever. They voted for 30 to 60 seconds in any case. "30 to 60 seconds was taking the cake, but in any case, we can always.
In any
have-
case, we know the answer. You cannot, stay long.
You know, in Friends, there was this I think some New Year resolution when they were looking at how long each character can go without doing one of their compulsive things.
Mhm.
So Chandler was not allowed to make fun, like he was not allowed to use sarcasm. Rachel was not allowed to shop, and I think everyone had their own.
No,
thing,
Rachel wasn't allowed to gossip.
Yeah, Rachel wasn't allowed to gossip. Yes.
Somebody also watch TV a lot.
Okay, it's Friends, guys. Friends, everybody watches Friends.
Yeah. And what
I think
else? Ross about not get married, I guess.
Yeah. Think
Or
so.
talk about dinosaurs or
Both seem likely.
yeah, I don't remember Ross. What was it? But Chandler, I remember he was not allowed to make fun of people.
Oh, that was hilarious, actually.
That's like forbidding Keti to not say stories. Yeah.
Wasn't that the episode where Ross wore leather pants?
Maybe it was. I don't know, but
I
it
think
set up
it
the
was because he
storyline.
wore that just so that Chandler wouldn't make fun of it.
Ah, yes. Yes.
He was like, no one sees this.
Yeah, Ross wanted to do a new thing every day. True.
Yes. 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 You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when Rachel found out about Chandler, about Mondler, yeah? But she wasn't allowed to gossip.
Yeah,
Was
she
it?
wasn't.
I
Yes,
think so.
she wasn't allowed to gossip about anything.
And what about Phoebe?
Phoebe is the last one. Ah, yeah. What about Phoebe? What was Phoebe's?
Just Friends 24 India.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember Phoebe.
Chat. What was Phoebe's?
My eyes. It was
My
after.
eyes.
It was after.
So, Katie, what is your funniest moment from Friends?
Oh, the show is so hilarious. I really like a lot.
But like one scene, that cracks you up every time you see it.
That's like asking your favorite chapter from the Catalan course. Every
I have a very good answer to that, but as you said,
I just
I'm
imagine
doing my
like
job.
if this is recorded and if the producers and editors just mute every time he says either a B3 or G3, like in any contest, like he would not be speaking at all. Or the movie references.
So, Katie, what's your funniest moment?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. My funniest moment is when everybody turns 30 years old, and Joy starts to be really annoying and freaky. Yeah, why God, why? Yeah.
The one where Joey goes like, "Why God, why? I thought we had a deal or something like that." I remember that. That was hilarious.
Yeah.
For me, it was Unagi. I lost it on that episode. I lost it. I mean, every time I see it, it just cracks me up.
I watched that today.
Really?
The final part when Ross is hiding and his head is visible.
Unagi.
Yeah.
And then
he's asking the coach of the of this, I don't know,
I tried
defense
attacking
training.
2 women. It did not work or something.
Yes. Do you want to help me? Yeah. Ross is the best character, I think. All of them are the best good characters, but the Ross, like himself, the person, is just amazing for this role, I guess.
Who do you think AD most resembles from Friends?
What's the question again?
Katie is like, she wanted to say something, but she's controlling herself.
Yes.
Yes.
What's the question again?
I asked, who do you think AD resembles the most from Friends? Come on, Katie, you can be honest. It's okay. AD is our friend. He's a good friend.
I've gone already too far with AD, so I have to stop myself. Not enough for today.
AD is in the chat, by the way. Rachit is going like AD. Chat, yeah, chat can chat. Look at chat.
Was that an AD impression or something?
No, but chat is like AD's Gunther. No, but if AD is Gunther, then who's Rachel? Chat with all the hard questions.
Why it's such a big silence?
I don't know. I was thinking.
You're thinking who's Rachel?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm still thinking. I don't think the answer is gonna come today.
Loading, error.
AD says he's Chandler.
Well, of course he says that.
Chandler, of course. I don't know if I can agree with that. I like more versions.
You
Other
prefer
versions.
Gunther, yeah? Oh yeah, Keti is Monica, yeah?
All right. I think I cannot get rid of out of that. Even if I try, then you have this video. So
True. Okay, so I mean this endgame, it looks equalish, but black is clearly trying and pressing, yeah. So maybe it's either black win or a draw. I think very skillful play by Artemie, by the way.
But what is Adipan time outing some people in the chat?
Yeah. I just didn't want to say that out loud.
Like he comes and he bullies our chat and he goes like, what is this, AD?
Yeah, true.
Well, we did call him Gunther.
We did not do that. None of us did that.
Okay, but
was
we
a
laughed
chat.
about it. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, guys.
That's a bit of a natural reaction to laugh about a friend's reference, you know.
Good point.
Yeah.
But guys,
didn't
it
give
looks
me
like
the
Artemio can win this.
The B2 bishop is so bad, actually.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Artemio can win this, actually.
Yeah. I think Artemio might win this. What are you laughing at, Keti?
AD says that yes, we are pretty strict here. you just gave and time out people for
so AD, like you just said you were Chandler, as if you know being strict was Chandler's character. You just like disproved your own point.
Exactly.
Who is strict in Friends?
Definitely Monica, man.
Yeah, Monica. This is actually like exactly like Monica.
Exactly.
Timing out people.
Actually, Monica is my least favorite character.
Just when we said AD was similar to Monica.
No. Absolutely not.
I didn't say that, no.
That's not related, yeah?
No. Absolutely not.
Actually, I'm thinking that in this position, it would be very cool to it would be interesting to actually make white push f4. So I'm thinking bishop g5, like eventually, and making white push f4, so that just so you know, you have all the pawns on the dark squares.
Yeah.
Yes. But it's also important to mention that black should not allow white to play d5 at any cost. Right now, it's being guarded because this bishop is spinning this bishop. But if white manages to achieve this d5, then he gets rid of his only weakness in the position, because the d4 pawn is the weakness, which is why black probably plays rook d5 first and then does whatever he wants.
Exactly. Yeah, Hikaru is having a hard time in this position, and it's quite pleasant for black to play. He controls the C file, the stay open file for the moment. Also controls d5 pawn to be pushed. The bishop from f6 just pins the pawn, and his latest move, king f8, shows clearly that he's going to centralize his king, and that's going to be a very pleasant game for black, and not so hard to win as well.
Yeah, do you think Hikaru is do you think Hikaru is shaking his head and saying something?
Yeah, I think he's not happy with the situation.
Right. I think we have a clear conclusion from the poll. So let's end it and not have it. I can feel the Friends theme music playing in my head. I'm not able to concentrate on the question anymore.
Oh,
But yeah,
nice.
I think the big question is if Artemio can convert
Okay,
this
okay. A
into
very
a
quick
win.
question, not just question. Who else cries on Friends reunion?
Not me. I didn't even watch the reunion.
No, I didn't. I didn't cry. I did watch it. I didn't cry though.
Oh.
Um,
Chat.
I mean, I feel like it takes some. The movie has to be, or the TV show has to be like very, very, deep for that kind of emotion. At least for me. Did
You just
you?
want to watch that.
Actually, I'm like Chandler in this respect. I just can't cry.
But then he cries a lot about everything. You know that, right?
Yes, but
That's now if I say
that hasn't yet
that
happened to me.
Catalan sucks, and we'll see some tears.
Exactly.
But of course, you won't say that, Saj. Even you're not. You won't annihilate the truth so much. No, but it's been like when I feel like crying, that emotional point, I just don't get tears. So it's something.
That is called cry. When you cry inside, it's even worse than actual cry.
There you go.
That's even worse stage of crying.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Shri.
But I guess the last episode of the Friends was a little
Emotional.
emotional for sure. Yeah, last episode was a little emotional for sure.
Oh, last episode was horrible. I don't even wanted to watch that for some days.
Yeah, same
And I
for Big
cried.
Bang Theory. I don't know if you saw that, but it was like when I
No,
saw the last episode.
no.
Horrible.
Yeah.
What?
I haven't watched the final parts of the Big Bang Theory.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, there's some counterplay by Hikaru. I think Artemi missed this Rooksie one.
Yeah, why he allowed that? Like, oh,
Because
there
he
was no
probably
rook.
was counting on Bishop into D4.
There was no rook
against which-
C7 because of Bishop F4. That's really smart.
Yeah, that's also a
So the
factor.
rook had to be on H rank, so C8 square was not controlled by the bishop.
Yeah, ideally yes, but it was always on D7. So this kind of came by, I think, force. Yeah, it just happened.
No, I know you can go. No. Oh yeah.
No, but what if you take the pawn now? What is really happening? Just Bishop E3, yeah, and try and get counterplay. Give up the pawn, but take the C file and get counterplay. Smart.
Yeah. He doesn't seem happy though. I don't know why.
That's just his expression, I think. Default expression.
Okay.
Default. Well, this match is still going on. It's not like guarantees that he can make it in the tie breaks, right? So he needs to be focused still. There is an extra pawn for him. For Artemiev.
Yeah. So he takes it, and how does he keep this pawn? King E5, so that rook can come to D5. But the problem here is I start with a check. So when you play rook D5, I might be able to even take this and get my king to C5. And I don't think black is doing well here. Then maybe you have to play D4 and try and equalize.
Yeah, probably. So he has equalized then for sure.
No, Artemia gives up this pawn and takes this pawn, but yeah, it's going to be a 4 versus 3 at the end.
Yeah.
Now people who are timed out are coming back apologizing, pledging their allegiance for 1b3. I see how 1b3 gets their fans from.
AD, that was a bad move, I have to say. That was sort of bad promotion right there.
He's a dictator. He's a dictator.
Yes, he's like Aladdin.
Aladdin?
Actually, he's like Aladdin.
Wow.
Well, that's where you got AD.
No, but there is still one minor thing that Hikaru has to take care of, which is Black King is too close to this B5 pawn, B pawn. So rook into A3, rook A5, King C6, and if he can, forget about these pawns and try and advance the A pawn with the help of the king, I think Black still has winning chances. Rook B6 check, King C7. So he wants to play rook A6, King B7, and B5, not allow this king to advance. Okay, I see his point. AD, we are not talking about Aladdin. We are talking about Admiral General Aladdin. You're not going to get a genie.
You thought about genie. I know.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. We are in for the tiebreaker.
AD says, Sahaj, my boy, there is no such thing as bad promo. I highly disagree with that. I highly disagree with that, but yeah. But yeah, I don't want to
demanding. People are baying for blood now, by the way. Can we get this out of the system by having a friendly banter and settling this with a match against Srinath? Guys, there's not going to be any friendly banter here. It's serious business. It's like this Game of Thrones fight. We fight to the death.
The final fight?
Yeah, actually, talking about that, there is also a video of me and AD playing chess in Sochi, which should come out anytime in the following month or year. Stay tuned for that.
Oh, wow. I'll be looking forward for that.
Yep. And
was there B3 or G3? Any spoiler?
No spoiler, but the opening chosen will actually blow your mind. It's a very nice surprise. Meanwhile, those who just join us, do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let's try and get it above 200 so more people can come and join and look at all the fun we are making of each other here. Me of AD, AD of me, Keti of AD, and Sahaj of AD, and me of AD, and the whole circle.
Hey, so theoretically speaking, Shri, what do you think is going on here?
I think it's a very instructive question. 3 pawns against 4 pawns on the same side, and here, as far as I remember, you have to try and keep the king on G2, not on E2. Like there will be a check with rook B3 check, and you ideally want to try and keep the king on G2, because if you go to E2, then there are some occasions where the black king enters from this point. And I have lost a game like this with the 3 pawns once. So as long as you keep the king here and just stay, as long as you stay, I don't think black has much winning chances. The pawns will get traded. It will go into a 2 versus 1. And then if you know your basic rook and pawn versus rook endgames, you will be able to draw this comfortably.
Mm-hmm. I think after king e2 also, don't I have h4? I think h4 looks...
Yeah. In this case, there is rook b3 check, king e2 and h4. Very concrete way. So in general, keep your king close and your pawns closer. That is the way to defend here. Don't
Keep your
take the king
friends
far.
close and your enemies closer.
It's meant to sound like that.
I have lost one game like this end game. It's quite tough. Don't really remember how I did that, but it was quite tough. Like I've never studied this end game, and I thought it was like easy draw. But it was quite long game. It was Grandmaster. He tried many ways, and I think I just got like low on time, and I did not even blunder anything. It was just a theoretical losing position for me.
Yeah. It's actually not that easy. Not as easy as it looks, or how Hikaru and the other elite players make it look. Meanwhile, I love the direction in which the chat is going. Shri of House Catalan, first of his name.
I love that one.
And there is also one more, yeah. Breaker of B3 and the father of Catalan. Oh man, loving it.
I see more timeouts are coming. It is looking now who did that.
It is like, what?
Oh, king is going on f4. And then he will try to push the pawns.
Yeah. So how do you defend it? You defend in such a way that
king f4.
The king is not allowed to advance further. Yeah. Rook f8, f5, and after f5 you don't even have to respond. Just like how Ross told Rochel to stay far, or what is it, when they played football.
Go long.
Yeah, go long. Yeah. So the rook also has to go long in the rook endgame. Go long and check from the long side.
Oh,
and
that actually reminds me of that episode with the pivot.
Yes, don't pivot here. Just stay long with the rook.
Yeah, quite that.
Now, do you think he will? Okay, he's staying long, but also not allowing g4. And
it is really angry with Gunter's suggestion. Come on, he's not a bad guy.
Of course, he's not that guy. Gunther
he wants to be the main guy. Okay, we understand that. He doesn't want to be a secondary character.
Also, Gunther
goes. Me and my friends, we sort of coined this term called the main character syndrome.
Yeah,
it's like a situation where you always want to be the main character.
I think AD your wants life, to
you're
be
the main character.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, AD is a main character. There is no question of that. But also, it's ridiculous that he's Gunther, because Gunther goes through the entire show without expressing a girl that he likes her. I mean, how more contrasting can it get? Can it be any more contrasting?
Wow.
Meanwhile, guys who have just joined us, do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And we are also going to keep having more and more fun polls. Sometimes we do ask stuff related to chess, like who will win the tie breaks, and you can choose between Hikaru, Artemio, or the third option that AD wanted.
Armageddon. Nice.
No.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm not a big fan of Armageddon. To be honest, I would prefer if the tie breaks. So
I'm not a big fan of Armageddon either. I prefer when I mean, when it's tie breaks, but it's like same time, same color. But yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I would prefer if they, just keep playing 2 games with each other until there's a clear winner. Oh man, look at this poll.
I don't see the votes if I don't vote. So it's hard to vote.
You can choose Artem, yeah. Poor guy. He didn't get a lot of votes. Balance.
Okay, then I don't really need to choose anything. So it means Hikaru is the most voted.
No.
No?
Of course not. What do you think about our chat?
Oh, it's our chat.
Of course it's our chat. They love you.
Yeah.
So now you play rook f6 and just follow this pawn, or he goes rook a2. So f4. There's still some technical things to solve here, by the way. It's a very instructive endgame. Not easy at all for black if you don't know what you're doing. But the thing is, after rook g7, I think, can white take this? No, yeah. So what do? You stay rook a4, I think. Yeah, I heard to put.
But how
No, I'm
about
not
rook
actually sure.
g7, rook g2?
Yeah. This is the problem. And here black actually threatens to win. So rook
Oh,
a2,
but
f4.
I think it's draw anyway, because the king is really short side and the rook is on the long side. So if white captures the h4 pawn and then quickly comes back on h7, h3 and starts to check. Yeah.
This is where the long side, short side principle comes into play.
Yeah, this is why you should go along with the rook. True.
Yeah.
So this is one way to draw. Another way, I think, I think this is one of the simplest ways to draw. 80 is asking, who do I like in Naruto? Of course, Naruto. Yeah, Hikaru is clearly a bigger favorite here.
Yeah.
But yeah, rook a2 and after f4, you just wait, yeah? Like rook b2. Maybe you just wait like this. Between b and a. Rook h8, also rook b2. So it's going to be, it's going to take some more time for this to end.
How about just to give checks?
How?
Yeah, just, I mean, to sacrifice the f2 pawn. It's not really necessary, but I think this is still draw, theoretical draw.
Yeah, it's a bit tempting. I mean, it's a bit, no, I mean, it's a bit risky, yeah?
It's risky, yeah, it's risky. But it's also an option.
Yeah. Like that 90-second option on my poll, how long I can stay without b3.
But seriously, here can white start checks? How would
No, I think it's better to just stay, because I mean, why do you want to make things more difficult? Life is already difficult as it is, yeah.
Okay.
You're like, you just started wondering, yeah, what happened to Shri? What possibly happened to him? But yeah, king h4, king g2. This is what we were discussing, and rook b2. Just stay, yeah, just stay.
f3.
Like,
how about rook e8, rook e2?
Exactly what I was also wondering.
King comes on f1. I'm not sure about that.
No, but I think there should be an easy defense here.
How?
That's, I mean, I didn't figure it out yet, which is exactly why I was buying time by saying something.
Oh,
king
no,
is
no,
on
no.
f1.
No, you can play rook a1 check, rook a2 check.
But with the rook on e8, how?
We're not taking f2 pawn.
No, like this position, yeah, and now rook e8.
Yeah, this seems tricky.
Oh, AD is going. Have a good
No, AD,
sleep,
don't
AD.
go. Please, 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 please don't go. AD going is like Naruto leaving the village. Or I don't know. It's like Bruce Wayne leaving Gotham.
Or Gunther
This
leaving.
is a draw. Gunther leaving Central Park.
This is just a perpetual, no?
Yeah, this is just a perpetual. Well defended by Hikaru.
Oh wow. Wow. So you guys, I still don't understand what was after rook e8. The main idea there is that you want to capture this with a rook.
Yeah, but you know,
and the
Keti,
king is so far.
No, I understand. Like, let's say I just play king g4, okay?
Yeah. Can I now kick this king first with a check? King, yeah.
So let's look at two variations here. Yeah, one is rook e4.
I got it. Rook e2, you play rook a3.
Exactly.
Rook f2, now rook b3.
Rook a4 first.
No, rook b3.
No. You just maintain here. So whenever black goes f2, like you keep watching this, okay? You keep watching this so that he doesn't advance. And then whenever he advances, now you give non-stop checks. So you
guys, do you listen to me?
Yeah, rook e4 check. That's the next.
Oh yeah, okay. Sorry, okay. Oh,
so this was rook e2 without giving a check.
Yeah.
And if you start with a check, king f5, rook e2. Now again I play rook a3. Okay, so now how do you capture on f2, if at all you do?
Can I play rook on b2?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but I just wait.
Okay, I take.
No.
No. You can play king f4 now.
Yeah, check. Now I play king f4.
King e3.
King e3. Yeah, sometimes waiting is not the right thing to do.
But yeah, it does work.
Yeah. So this is the main position. Yeah, you take king into f2, king f4, and this pawn gets lost by force. You take rook into f2. Now we have this position with king g4. I think this is a good position to know in general.
Yeah, nice.
You watch the pawn on f3 and oh my god, the poll with 85 votes, it's such a big lead for don't care, let's stay off chess. Guys, you don't want this commentary to continue, right? You don't want this to be the final stream of Chess24 India, right?
Oh no, it's not about that. I also voted for this, but it's about that you really cannot pick between two players because for me, both of them are so strong, and they both deserve to get into the next stage. It's just like myself, I could not really choose. Like but they both are really good. So that's why it's more like neutral position. That's why it's not like we don't want chess or something. And as always, I was speaking on behalf of chat. I don't know why I did that.
No, Keti, I'm not. I mean, I understand you don't want. I mean, it's not that you don't want to stay off chess, but about the chat, I'm not so sure. Kidding, chat. Kidding.
No. Chat is neutral.
Yep. So Artemio gets white in his first tiebreak game. Hikaru will start with black. It's going to be 2 games of 5+3. If they still cannot decide a winner after that, then it goes into the Armageddon. The Armageddon that we need, but not the one the players deserve. Meanwhile, let's just go over the results of the day-to-day to see who goes into the semis and who is in the... So the semi-finalists, the people who won in the quarterfinals are Lee Kwang Lim from Vietnam, Vietnam's best. He defeated the super kid, the prodigy, Alireza Firouzja. Then Wesley So managed to defeat Jordan Van Forest. And in the other quarterfinal, the one that probably was one of the most interesting. Levon Aronian from Armenia defeated Shakria Mamedyarov from Azerbaijan to get into the semis. So in the semi-final, we have Li Kwang Liem against Levon Aronian, and Wesley So will face the winner of the match between Hikaru against Artemiev. So this brings us to the final game of the day between Hikaru and Artemiev. Now, since you guys can't pick sides, I like to support the underdog in general. So I'll go with Artemiev.
That makes sense.
Sahaj, do you have a favorite?
I mean, in tie breaks, I have to pick Hikaru. Sorry, it has to be Hikaru. It's tie breaks. I mean, he is very experienced, I think, in such situations. So yeah, I would definitely pick Hikaru. What about you, Keti?
Oh God, this is so hard. I like both of the players. Like I would pick Armageddon today.
Yes, but who in Armageddon?
That's the topic to be asked in Armageddon 3.
No, I mean if you pick Armageddon, then it's Hikaru, because I don't really see Artemiev winning in the non-increment online.
Exactly, not against Hikaru. That's where Hikaru thrives.
Yeah, that's what Hikaru was born to win.
Yeah.
He's been training. So Sahaj, I think it's been a really exhausting day for you.
Yeah, it has. So I'll take a leave now. I'm getting very, very tired, but it was so much fun, guys, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much for joining us.
To the chat as well for being so kind.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's a pity that we are leaving before Keti's story of you, but maybe for another time.
Yeah, no. that story will continue, you know. Let's do it for a couple of more streams, and then keep the anticipation and never do it.
It's like the B3 course once was. We all thought it would never come.
He's going to destroy all the evidence of that forum.
But yeah, it was lovely to have you here, and would love to see you again. And even if not, there are going to be a lot of clips from all these streams. So watch out the space on my channel. Do subscribe to my channel if you haven't, guys. And
of course.
That
promotion comes.
No, I mean, I really don't think there's anyone here who hasn't subscribed to my channel. But if there is, yeah, I think
you can drop the comment if you have not subscribed, because just use this time, because AD is still in the chat, so he can ban you or time out you. Just do it right now. Use this moment.
Yeah. All right, guys. I will see you soon. Okay. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Yeah, man. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.
That was Grandmaster Sahaj Grover, the publishing manager of Chessable, one of the finest grandmasters from India, and the publisher of the 1B3 course. It does feel like introducing some royal person, yeah. The first of his name, the breaker of chains, and
then the mistakes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was so lovely to have him here, and yeah, I'm sure that he's here in the chat. He's so nice guy. He is so nice guy. We love you too. We love you too. And we're
to
just
Sahaj,
joking.
I can say that safely.
Yes, we're just joking about that. Yeah,
I wasn't, but okay.
All right, what we have now, like we have some 15 minutes of the break, or how the process is going.
I'm not entirely sure. So the last game it ended at 10 minutes ago. I think usually it's a 15-minute break. So I think the next game starts in about 5 minutes. But it's not like we have been talking much about chess anyway. So what difference does it make to us? But yeah, I mean, jokes apart. The blitz portion is going to be really interesting and fast moving. And so far between Hikaru and Artemiev, there hasn't been a lot to separate them. Yeah, they have been so closely matched. The first set was 4 draws. It was 2-2. And in the second set, Artemiev won the first game, Hikaru won the second game. So they have kind of been trading punches, like, this match between Rocky Balboa against Ivan Drago from the Rocky movie. The fourth part.
What
You haven't watched it. You haven't watched the Rocky series?
Oh my God, no. I watched only one part. It was so bad.
Oh my
so much
God.
of shooting.
Why?
Too much of shooting and blood. I can't.
No. This is about boxing. It's about boxing.
So it's the
That
same
is
guy,
Rambo.
but boxing. Yeah, it's a Rambo. Yeah, I watched Rambo.
I haven't watched Rambo. But I have watched Rocky, and there's this epic fight between Rocky against this Russian boxer called Ivan Drago. It's one of the most entertaining boxing fights in the history of films. And after they go till the very last round in that match. And at some point
they
are
chessboard or what?
I wish. But it is like that match, defeating a very fine athlete, defeating an elite player. It's like that, and I'm sure a lot of chat relates.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. We're friends again. Yeah, I haven't seen so much movies actually.
Yeah, actually you should watch more. I think it so one thing is it is entertaining, of course, but another thing is I think it opens up a lot of new things, a lot of you get to know, I think, a little bit about a lot of different aspects, different fields, different skills, and lives of different people and all those things.
Yeah, that's true. I like to watch like the things that I liked before, and I'm keeping just repeating these things.
Yeah, I know. That's also something we do a lot. Yeah, I think,
and it's very hard for me to like something. No, it sounds bad. It's very hard for me to get interested into some movie, like
something new.
Yeah, for example, I would not be interested in a Rambo Rocky movie because it's just too heavy for me, unless like I don't have any other option to do, like if I'm at a movie or something, like friends are watching and I have to do that. Otherwise myself, I would never choose that.
Yeah, I know. Nihal is also like this, and I think a lot of chat might be. I've also become like this. I've started watching less and less of new things, but yeah, I still try to push myself to constantly try and do new things, new openings, new movies, new TV shows, new learning new skills. I think it's really important to expand yourself as a person, to constantly get new things into you. Yeah, because otherwise I think we become a bit I think otherwise it becomes a bit monotonous.
But which part of the day, like you're watching the movies? Like,
so I'll tell you, one of the times I really used to watch movies was when Nihal was making a move in a classical game, and I was waiting for it because Nihal would spend hours to make one move. And after some point, I realized, okay, I'm not going to wait for this. I'm going to start watching documentaries, and I'm going to start watching movies.
All right, so that's why you're a coach. So when chess players are playing, you have some time that you can divide your
yeah.
attention. But myself, when I work, my work is pretty much, you know,
Commentary?
I'm doing either some commentaries or I play myself, or I'm preparing something for interviews. So I never have this time, you know. And when I wake up in the early morning, I don't want to start with the movie, because this is the time when I have fresh mind. I have like just not too much in my head, and I want to do something. Then in the like middle of the day, when I have some breaks, I don't want to start 2 hours movie, because it will get me interested, and then I'll be quite exhausted to continue work. And when I'm done with my work, then in the evening I usually struggle with sleep. So I don't want to start some movie which will last for again 2 hours, and then I will be thinking about that for next 2 hours, and I will never sleep. So that is the that's
Problem,
my
yeah.
side why I don't watch movies, and I
No, but you
prefer
know,
some series.
but there are times when I just take days off from any work. For example, I came back from Sochi on 2nd, and I did not schedule any work for that day because I needed that time off after working for a really long time. So maybe you know, you should also sometime schedule some completely off time where you're just with yourself and doing
Watch
something you
movie.
enjoy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And yeah, it's also I think a great activity to do with company, friends, or yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so someone who chooses to move. Like, if I don't like movie, I'm just leaving in like 10 minutes. And oh, here we have the first move. Knight F3
Finally,
started. So
and
the
it's
time
G3, not B3.
there'll be no B3, I think. So the time control was the question earlier, and it is 5 plus 5 plus 2 or 5 plus 5? 5 plus 2.
It's 5 plus 3.
3. Okay, I was close.
Yes.
I was between.
He played B4, not B3. You know, he knows what move not to make.
And anti-AD.
But yeah, the idea is if knight C6, then there is B5. So, by the way, do you have your own Discord, Katie?
Yes.
Do
We
you
have
servers?
very nice community, and we actually have a lot of Discord calls, like
So
hangout
here is an
calls.
idea for you, you know, something that's quite popular out here in our Discords. You can do a movie watch along with your Discord.
Yeah. That's. I think that's the only way I will be watching movies. Oh my God, AD. He's still here. Like, he said good night like 20 minutes ago. Sleep, AD, sleep.
But what is the answer to that question, AD?
When are you getting married?
Yes, what is the answer? Not what is the question.
From me or from AD?
From you. From AD, I know the answer already.
It starts with N?
Yes, it starts with N. And it ends with R.
The nation wants to know. I think nation really wants to know about you more than about me. Okay, I think chat
But
will
I
agree
think
with
about
that.
him, they already know. The mystery is with you, yeah.
No, that's not a mystery about that. Okay, let's start from here, that no one have ever asked me. So, you know, you need to be asked from one side at least. So if that answer is fine for you, AD.
Okay. So it depends on when you get asked, yeah?
No, not really. Not really.
I mean, if someone relevant is watching, who's just waiting to ask, this is the cue for you.
Yeah, there is one guy who wrote me in internet that I don't know what he said, but in the end, like, he was there lots of messages he was sending, and then he said like, okay, I got it, I have to first become a grandmaster and then you will marry me. Like, sure, Yeah, keep it going.
Yeah, there was this friend I had, a girl, and she once had this rule that she won't date anyone below international master.
Really?
Yeah, like when she was a teenager. Like there was this
Oh,
guy who asked her out, and she was like, are you an international master? No. Okay. Sorry.
nice.
But of course, when she grew up, she became a bit wiser, and she understood that it has no relevance at all about a person.
Wait. What's going on here in the chat? AD is just going to bribe my person. What he's doing? Why he's doing that?
80 is 80.
No, it's not good.
No, but here it looks like Artemiev has managed to get Hikaru under some serious pressure. Yeah, he has control of the d file. He got knight d5 in, and Hikaru had to play rook f c8 on the previous move, which looks a bit awkward. He probably wouldn't have played it if he had a choice to. And now c4 and probably knight b8. Look at this. Look at the state of Hikaru's position. The kind of things he has had to do in order to survive.
Absolutely. Yeah. But also on the hand, there is not something really fast that white can do here. Like maybe he was not happy with the knight's position, and we have seen this kind of maneuvering a lot in Sicily. And when the knight gets back on b8 and then comes on d7 and looking for a better square, or maybe black is also thinking about a5 and then knight a6.
Like yeah, but I think the main idea really is c6. Yeah, I think the main idea is he wants to try and play against this knight, which was really keeping the whole complex of c6, c7, c8 under a bind. In the poll we have with 145 votes, 30% has voted for Hikaru and 23% from Artemiev. The problem with c6 here, though, it weakens the d6 square. So I think Artemiev will take this. He will play some c5 and then put his knight on d6. And if you by chance take this knight with bishop into c4, then after bishop into c4, you're going to have all these weak light squares all around the king. Does the arrow still make any sense to any of you guys? Oh, he went back knight c3. He went back knight c3, but he still gets c5 anyway. And now knight d2 and knight c4 is incoming. Knight d2, knight c4. The same idea, but he keeps one more piece because black's piece is really struggling for space and room. So white is refraining from exchanging anything for now and just focusing on trying to invade with his pieces. Do you think black has good chances to survive here, Keti? You have watched Hikaru a lot. You have commentated on a lot of his games. So I think you know him quite well.
Yeah, that's he doesn't like when he has this kind of positions, but he also tries to find some active defense. So I'm sure he's now building up some kind of counterplay in his head, and soon we will see. Like it won't be a game without a counterplay. I'm sure with that.
He's not a man who goes down without a fight. Yeah, he's just not going to be a pushover.
Yeah, myself, yes. I would not really risk too much. I would just wait my opponents to prove that he can win the position. Like I prefer to wait a bit, but he's building up some threats.
True. I think Hikaru is maybe one of the best defenders in the world in worse positions. And that is also, I think, the reason why he's so good at online speed chess or speed chess in general, because you really need these practical skills in these games with less time control. So c into b6, a into b6, and now a4 and a5. White creates an outside passed pawn on the a file as far away as possible from black. And this pawn, the squares a6 and a7 are also controlled by white's bishops. So it's going to be very hard for black to defend this from what I can see. Hikaru really needs to show us how it's done. Artemiev starts with knight d2, but I didn't want to. b5 and now a4. So b into a4. Do you think he'll just play knight c4 now?
I like knight c4. With the idea knight d6 work, and also there might be some like rook d7, knight b6 ideas, like if not better.
True. Although maybe here you can just defend with rook b8. Yeah, one more.
Yeah, that's possibility. Can I do something like b5?
Yes, but you really don't want to exchange your last
true,
pawn on the queen
true.
side. Yeah, you want to try and keep at least one pawn. So I guess this is what Artemie was wondering, and then he takes knight a4 anyway. Rook b8 on the board, and now I'm again really tempted to play some knight c4 or bishop c4. In all this thing, you can notice how sad this bishop is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But you're going to give up b4 pawn?
If I can get something better in return, yes. So it really depends on what I can achieve concretely. If I cannot, then I have to try and defend the b4 pawn. But
knight c5,
knight c5 was the move. Yeah, this is the move I was looking at. But I didn't see what if. Okay. No, I didn't exactly see how white wins anything here.
Yeah, that's good. No.
Rook a7. Yeah, I think rook a7 is strong. It really feels like something has to give here. Because knight into c5, I can take rook into e7 check.
Exactly.
And this whole thing falls apart. And then white has one more piece.
Black has extremely passive pieces, all of them on the 7th and 6th rank. And it should be something. It should be something for white.
Yeah, it definitely feels unpleasant practically, yes, to defend this. But maybe just take this and play rook b7. Let me just try to guess Hikaru's moves. Oh, he takes rook into b4, rook a7, and it's game over, I think.
What?
Yeah. I think rook a7 and should be game over.
And he's shaking his head. I think he saw that right
he
after
missed
he made
him.
the
Yeah,
move.
exactly. He saw it just after he made the move.
Yeah, he was looking at all this knight e6, knight e7 ideas, and it's sometimes hard to find the move like rook a7. It's quite like calm move. You might not expect something like this. And
yeah, exactly.
Artemie have been so focused. This is his chance. He's also a bit confused. He's not really. Was not really expecting this from Hikaru, right? Oh wow!
Yeah, look at us. It's like, oh my god, I cannot believe this, chat. I cannot believe this.
Yeah.
This is really an important point. Yeah. And then knight f8 played. Sorry. Knight into e6, and now bishop c4, I think.
Exactly. That's horrible pin on both knights.
He's still defending, though. He's still finding these moves. He's making it hard for his opponent.
5, rook b2.
And it's not clear. It's not clear where is the win. Yeah.
True.
This is exactly one of the special powers of Hikaru. I myself have experienced it a lot when I play him. I get a lot of winning positions against him, but he just finds a way to keep the game going, and then you start burning up time in order to try and find that concrete win, which is not so easy to find. And then when you get less on time, you make a blender anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he's not stopping talking. He's still talking to himself, and he's so disappointed. We can see that on the screen. He's not really hiding his emotions.
Yeah. Artemie looks completely focused, though.
This is his moment, actually.
He looks like a typical chess player, yeah, non-expressive and.
Yeah, he knows this is his moment. He knows that he has to use this one and not to miss. If he misses this one, then Hikaru is lucky today. So he needs to win, and he knows that. And look at Hikaru being so upset.
Yeah, and I think this is a very easy win for white. Put this knight on d5 or maybe d7. Yeah, knight goes to b6 and knight d7, knight f6, something should seal the deal. Hikaru's, now take this pawn. take everything. So now he's breached through the defenses of Hikaru. Knight c4 and this pawn to e5 is, I think, one simple way. Bishop h6.
Yes.
Nah, just play the pawn to e5.
Oh wow.
And yeah, e takes f5 also works. This pawn will fall, this pawn will fall, and everything collapses. Now the threat is bishop h6 check and rook c8.
Bishop h6, right?
Yeah, or rook c8 first, and then just bring the
Knight
knight
c4.
back and then take this pawn. And just push this pawn.
Yeah.
Wow, what a moment! What an unexpected moment this is. I don't think a lot of chat also saw this coming. Rook h8, rook into h7, and this pawn just goes through. Hikaru is still playing, yeah. I think this is an effect of playing a lot of non-incremental online chess because, back in the day with increment, no one would really continue from this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's also where I think some of his defensive skills come from, because when your opponent does not have increment, you just have to keep making things difficult for them with problems, so that they have to burn time to solve it. And then your opponent gets to a point where they're too low on time and you start getting your chances, they start making mistakes. It's actually a very effective way of training defending bad positions, developing your practical skills, just being able to make moves where you set problems for your opponent.
Right.
Oh, this is amazing. So rook a7 check, h6, h7, and knight g6. It's game over.
Oh.
I think he will resign now.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's so upset. I'm sure he's sitting now something. He was in that direction. That is quite disappointing. And Vladislav Artemiev is an underdog here in the lower time control. And also by the rating as well. So this is an upset here in the first game. Hikaru has to, put together everything and come back. In the second game, there will be second game, but there will not be third game if he's not winning this one. So Artemio here, do you think he's looking some lines what to play, or he was just analyzing the game which was played?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm sure he's not watching anime. Only AD can do that in between the games.
That's true.
I think it depends on how much time he has. He could be watching anything. For all we know, he could be watching our stream,
Yeah.
just to relax his mind. And yeah, I think Artemiev, Hikaru is not really a stranger to losing in these online games, and I don't think you get on a tilt with just one loss. So he's going to come back with all his might. He's going to come back and try to give his best. It's going to be a task for Artemiev to try and defend with the black pieces and make a draw. And if Hikaru manages to win this and equalize, I think in Armageddon, he's such a huge favorite. One, he's just much faster without increment. Second, the player who comes back in these knockout events, they always carry that momentum with them.
True, I agree with that. Well, yeah, I agree with also the fact that for Hikaru is quite common thing to lose a game and then come back. He's playing plenty of games daily, not only the events, but plenty of the games daily. I think he's one of the players who has the most number of the online games.
And absolutely.
Yes. And he kind of managed to switch the brain to the next game. That's the impression I have about his the way he's playing. For me, it's quite hard to forget to lose and be focused on the actual game. And if I try that, it's really hard. I can But then at the moment I'm having winning position, I'm like, but I could not lose the first game, and I'm still starting to think about the first lose. So it's hard to not to think about the painful loss, but there are some people who are managing that.
No, I mean, psychologically, I think it's the same for everyone. But I think being very strong at chess really helps you psychologically.
Mhm.
This is what I've noticed. It's I don't think a lot of people have this similar opinion, but I think to come back from losses, your chess strength and your preparation level, that makes a lot of difference. And
Yeah, actually, I agree with that. Yeah, true. It's true. You don't have to really worry what opening to choose. At least, like you have some.
When you're like a 2750, and even when you're tilted and playing a bit badly, I think you still play at around 2650 level. When we play badly, I think we play at a much lower level, and that's a big difference.
Yeah.
But
true.
Also with one loss, people don't get so shaken so easily. I think it's usually a series of 2 or 3 losses combined with very little recovery time, which really puts people on a tilt.
It's true.
All right, chat, what do you guys think? Will Hikaru strike back or not? This is going to be interesting. So I'm ending the previous poll. Hikaru is like the empire of the speed chess. So let's see if the empire strikes back. Have you watched Star Wars, by the way?
No, I'm not. That's
me
actually
neither.
first suggestion from my chat to watch Star Wars. But they said that I look this ugly little creature, and I'm not really happy to see it.
Spock? Are they talking about Spock?
We even have a emoji of that. Santa, if you can. Oh, they started already.
Yes, they just started repeating the Caro-Kann, the 2 knights. And here there is this very nice trick with knight d7 and knight d6 checkmate, which happened to Magnus in one of his streams. Also, Joel D'Souza, one of the comedians who plays chess really well. But Artemio is not going to fall for that. And here it's important to play d3, not commit your pawn to d4, because you don't want to weaken these e4 squares. So d3, knight d7, g3, knight e5, takes. They're blitzing out these moves. This position is a very well-known position from this opening, from this variation, and it's regarded as slightly better for white, this endgame. The computer shows like a very small but a very clear and undebatable advantage for white. So it's like 0.3, 0.4. But I think Artemio believes that he can be solid here. Also, in these types of situations, it really helps if you know how well you understand this endgame. And a lot of things are very specific to the nature of this endgame. So if you actually spend time here analyzing and playing games, this gives you a very big advantage over your opponent.
Yeah. And what do you think why Hikaru just here this happening where after move 13 there are no queens on the board and there are no knights on the board and it's almost the end game, and he's in the must-win situation?
Yes, but I think he must be quite comfortable with this position because he has got a position where he can push with white, but without any risk. He's not really risking anything. So it's a position where he can play for 2 results. And in these situations where you have to win on demand, I think these are some of the best positions that you can get yourself into. You can just keep trying without actual risk of losing. So you have this cushion. It's like, jumping over a cliff while you have something protecting you from the fall. So nothing too dangerous is going to happen to you, and you can just jump without fear.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm such a noob. Spock is from Star Trek. It's Yoda. There's this language called Sanskrit, right?
What?
Sanskrit.
No.
Have you heard of this language called Sanskrit? Yeah, so there is this language, a very ancient Indian language called Sanskrit.
Mhm.
People don't use it a lot for communication,
Mhm.
but it has a lot of ancient texts, and a lot of things were written in Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, Yoda means warrior.
Warrior.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not Yoda ugly.
I don't know. I haven't really seen Yoda.
Yeah,
I just know
the
the
photo we
reference.
have, it looks ugly. I've not watched really the movie because I think I started to watch the movie, and then this little guy really freaked me out. I was alone watching, and I was just afraid to continue to watch. And after that, I've never started to do it. That's as I remember, and the contact with this Yoda guy.
Yeah. The only character I know from Star Wars is Princess Leia. And that's because Rachel dressed as Princess Leia in one of the episodes.
Yeah, I know that from that episode too. I started to search what she really meant. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Baby Yoda is cute.
Yeah, baby. I have seen all the Yoda. Is it same Yoda?
Think, by the way?
I thought it was like two Yodas at least. Okay, I will watch that. I will watch that, and I will watch Naruto as well. It's new.
You are gonna need a lot of time in your life if you want to watch Naruto.
I'll do that.
You will do that?
Yeah, of course. We're going to have a big commitment.
It's a huge commitment. Oh my god, you have really triggered a chat, by the way.
I heard it some feelings.
Yes. You're going to need Ares protection now.
Yeah.
So A5 on the board. I really think Hikaru is going to strike back, because it's a really bad feeling when someone takes so much time. I don't like the choice Ultimate went for with his opening here. King F7, Rook A3, and now there is some intense pressure on this B pawn. Yeah, go Rook B3, Rook D7, and now Rook E4. I think Rook C4, A6 is one plan, and the other plan is Rook B4. He goes Bishop E3. He wants to provoke A6. So now this B7 pawn is weak for life. Whenever there's Rook B3, Rook D7. Now I think at some point White will try to get this rook here. But in general, this B7 pawn is a long-term strategic weakness.
Yeah, that's true.
But how do you get there?
Can Black get rid of this dark square bishop with bishop H6?
I think the bishop should stay here and protect B4. Like, E6, bishop D6. If if Black wants to trade the bishop, he should allow White to trade it. But yeah, that's why I think Hikaru goes bishop C5. He wants to open up the access to the B4. Because I really see this as the only point, yeah? It's the only port of entry, and you want to try and defend it with everything you have, and then White has to try and create a second front. Otherwise, he won't have any more ways to attack. So
yes, and Black is trying to get the king on G6 in case if White attacks the H5 pawn.
True. So the king will stay on G6. And this rook will stay on E7. So king F3, king G6, put the pawn on F5. And this actually looks very solid for Black. What do we have on the...
What do you think about king E3, king D2, king C3, king C4, king C5, king B6? Like, yeah, just to get the king on.
This is very interesting. I think black has to just play c5 at one point to stop this whole thing. Starts with f5, king e3, king f6, king d2, and he will probably he's maybe thinking about e4 here. King d2, that's e4, king c3, takes, and now I think black should be okay. So he plays f3 first, preventing this e4, and now black has to decide whether he wants to play c5 or not. These are the decisions which is very hard to take with less time. Rook g7 with the idea to meet king d2 with f4, g into f4, rook g2 check, creating counterplay this way. But this can go either way. Yeah? Then you take this pawn, then it's a race between this pawn and this pawn.
True.
And Hikaru might go for something like that, but first he prefers to burn the time of his opponent. So king f2, and black is thinking where white will go. He has to be ready, anticipate, and spend time. And then
it's a good term that you said, burn the time on clock. That's actually one of his very good tools and the skills that he's doing. Like, he's not going straight forward, and he's also keeping some ideas and letting opponent to spend as much time as he can. And look at this time now. Vladislav Artemiev is down to 45 seconds. It's a nice technique.
Yeah, exactly. Hikaru is a master at this, having played a million online chess games. First, he's just keeping his opponent guessing. Artemiev says, I've had enough of this. I'm going to give my b7 pawn. I'm going to take your a5 pawn. I've had enough of second guessing what your intentions are. Let's get done with it. Because, who likes to be anxious? So rook into a5, rook b6 has to be calculated. And here I'm not sure. Maybe just c5. Yeah, he's going to play c5 against rook b6.
Rook b5 is something that needs to be calculated in the end game.
Yes, but I don't think you want to lose this. Yeah. Okay. But you're just also losing this.
Oh, he's again not happy. Why is that? Rook c5. This is something that he missed?
No, rook c5 is bad because c4 now b4 traps the rook.
Oh, what? So that means that he has to give up the... It's good
he has
for
to
him.
Play
why
a5?
He's so shocked then? Okay, why he's shocked? Then it's not good for him?
I don't know, but this is good for him for sure. Yeah. Because if you get a5, then white will just play b3. So whenever there's e4, there's always d4. So I think this is game over. This is game over. Yeah, b3 wins. Yeah, there I said it.
Yeah.
Chess above everything else.
You just said that. Is there a way to defend?
No, this rook on c5 is
how about a4? B takes a4 and then e4.
A4, b4, e4, okay. d4, and your rook is like stuck there for life. And meanwhile, white just slowly does whatever he wants.
f4.
Just wait.
Also, the king is stuck there. It's cut it from the 7th rank. I think black might find himself into Zugzwang.
Yeah, I think even h4 should win here.
Yeah.
Because, I'm threatening g4. And if you take and take, this position will just be a very easy win.
That's actually him. He does this very often. He's coming back in the matches where he loses a game, the first game.
Yes, it's also a very common thing in the World Cup as well. It's just so hard to make a draw when you need to make a draw.
Yeah, I know it. I know
psychologically.
it well. Yep, I have lost so many titles just because of that. And when I'm the one who is like at least half point behind, then I'm fighting a lot.
Yeah. It's always it's always easier to sleep when you don't have anything, and you're looking for something. But when you have something that you have to defend, then you just lose sleep over it.
Yeah.
You start to become afraid of losing what you have.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason. So I kind of like, I kind of prefer there to be like in leader's position with at least 1 point. This is of course something really nice. Who doesn't want that? Or I prefer to be a half point behind and then to play the last round, important round.
I don't mind being half point ahead though, because that puts a lot of pressure on the opponent to win. And I have won a lot of games by just being in that position and not doing anything, not really be the one trying, but put the pressure on the opponent. Of course, it also depends on the opponent's strength. Yeah, so we are mostly talking about people who are close to our rating, or just 50 points ahead. If your opponent is much stronger, then of course it becomes difficult.
Yeah, I feeling says that it's Armageddon. But before Armageddon, do we have something else like 3+2?
No.
It's Armageddon there.
Hasn't it gone long enough already, Keti? Do you still want more games? I mean, they have been playing for 4.5 hours by now, and this is their 5th day into this.
Well, it's the last 5 minutes. 10. Last 10 minutes is not a big difference. Oh, by the way, there is one our friend streaming right now who is a grandmaster from Holland, and we had a sub battle, and my team won against his team, and now he's streaming in monkey suit. So that's
Hey, when are you doing that? You lost against me.
It was not agreement, but if you do another sub battle, we can agree on something like that. But at this time, I will ask AD to play, and he will agree for sure if it's against you.
I have Arjun.
So yeah, we can think of it. I have
Arjun.
now.
You can bring on anyone you want. Hikaru, Magnus.
I'll bring
Stockfish.
AD. I will bring AD just to you to see another B3 move.
I don't care. I have Arjun.
All right.
I have Arjun and our beloved Catalan.
All right then.
In Catalan, we trust. That is the motto of our sub battle. If I had a nation, that would be printed on all the currency and the constitution.
Yeah.
The constitution of Kingdom of Sri. The first line will be, in Catalan we trust.
Yeah, we have to put a big banner on the background with that, and also some more photos of AD and B3 being refused.
Oh, by the way, some good news with regard to Arjun. He won the last round in the BL Masters Open. So with that, he goes about 2,600.
Oh wow! That's amazing. That's amazing.
Absolutely. Well deserved, because he's always been ridiculously strong and had a very low rating, and beats me up wherever he plays against me, also hurting my rating in the process. So I'm happy for so many reasons that his rating is going up.
So you're a proud coach.
Yes.
Oh, Hikaru is back.
Hikaru has such a good camera. Yes, his video looks so good.
Yeah.
And also his light.
Yeah, he's pro streamer, so he's using these lights. I also use these lights. I don't know if you guys see these blue lights here. Probably not, but he's using the better ones, and it also affects his face. And he's not using the camera like webcam. He's using the photo camera.
Actual camera, yeah. Like also Gotham Chess.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the game has started. I missed the start.
Who's playing with what color? Okay, so Hikaru is with black. He can have two results. draw is also in his favor, and Artemiev has white pieces and 5 minutes only. Oh wow. And do you think it was like automatic drawings of lots, or it was the players chose it?
I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think it's drawing of lots. If I remember, it was there was some rule. I think the player who finishes higher on the prelims gets white, I think.
All right.
But personally, I prefer
that means
black.
Artemiev.
No. I don't know.
Maybe the
maybe the
player
higher rated player chooses. I don't know.
Yes, that makes more sense, because for some players black is better option. Like for me, I think black would be better option.
Yeah, I can imagine why it's better for Hikaru, because I can imagine that he would equalize the time difference in no time, literally. So he literally doesn't care that he's black. He has 1 minute less, and I think he's going to be really comfortable with the black color. Now there's some initial pressure. There's a London system opening, and knight c3, probably d5 incoming, but maybe just a6, bishop into c4, b5, and everything is fine. Yeah, you just have to watch out for this d5 here.
True.
I don't see what's the problem with a6. Bishop d3. Oh, this is what he was thinking about. He wants to keep the pawn. Hikaru going the greedy way. And maybe, I don't think Artemiev really anticipated this, because bishop d3 was not such a natural move. I think a6, b5 was like taken for granted. By the way, Artemiev is also a really good blitz player, by the way. He's maybe one of the best. Yeah. Now things get really heated up, yeah, because I go knight e5, and what do?
a6 was played by Hikaru. He wants to just reduce the tension from the ping that bishop creates.
Yeah, because after bishop into f1, white was intending bishop g5, and now there's huge problems around this point. So he wants to eliminate these dangerous pieces before it becomes too dangerous. But
can I take on d7 and then take on d3 then?
Yes, but I don't think Hikaru will mind this too much, because
still the king is in the center. Black needs 2 more moves to castle. We have actually this position on the board, and maybe here white has something like d5, I wanted to say, but here we have
but Hikaru saw it coming. He just played knight f6, and I think there is really very little for white here, yeah, and the time has been equalized. So I think bishop d6, bishop e5, short castle, and it looks pretty okay for black. There seems to be very little problems to solve. Bishop e7, yeah, Hikaru likes to do bishop e7.
And d5?
Now I think his point is, if he takes with the queen, then there's some queen c3 and queen into g7. So he takes with the pawn, and now Artemiev will try and take on here with the rook. So maybe move the queen, yeah, rook into d5, and some mild pressure here.
Yeah.
Queen into b7 is also a threat. Rook into d5 is also a threat. And yeah, castle was expected, but I thought white can take queen into b7 here. And this pawn looks very
just a delay to capture on d5, right?
Yeah, because I think the d5 pawn is a lot harder to defend for black than the b7 pawn.
True.
So I take this first.
He took on d5. Oh, you know what? Yeah, rook comes on c1, then controls the c file. I don't know if it's really better, because queen is 6 now. Queen g4.
Yeah, he goes queen g4. And g3 now. b5. Looks like Hikaru does get out of jail here. Yeah, g3 and now b5. But there's still some problems to solve, yeah? Rook c7, rook d7, the pawns on f7, brittle, the rooks. 2 rooks on
it reminds me something like Catalan endgame, when white has white has an access to the files and the 7th rank, and it's better for white. I really like to play that kind of end games. It's quite pleasant.
You know the very thing that will make me smile, Katie. You know exactly what to say. When I'm tired, into the 5th hour of my commentary, the low energy, and now
No,
I'm
the
back.
truth is the truth. Truth is the truth. Like,
do you like this move?
Yes, it was hanging on b2. It was hanging on b2. So now we have both b3 and g3, so we don't really. But I'm talking about this endgame. King now goes on e4, d5, centralizes. The rook is active. How about a4 here to block the pawn on a5 on dark square?
It's a nice move. I think it's a very nice move. And he plays rook b6 with the same idea to fix these pawns on the dark squares. This position is certainly winning for white, but time is going to be, it's going to be some dirty flagging here, guys.
Yeah,
it's winning for white,
oh, wow.
But
I don't even want to
Hikaru.
repeat what Hikaru is saying, but I think everyone can read his. His...
Yeah, he's completely lost now. He's completely lost, and I don't think he can flag. Arteme has like too much time. Hikaru is seriously.
Arteme also doing some gestures. He was like this, confident. Wow.
Nice. Just put this pawn on f3, king c4, take this pawn. Yeah. I think he has.
Wow.
He
it's
has
the same color.
It's
not so hard to win, right?
Yeah, there was a little trick there. If he took bishop into b4, then black had bishop into g3.
Yeah,
h into g3 and h3. So he took g into h4 first. They saw these things in a few seconds, both of them. And now, normally, Arteme would win this 100% of the time. With Hikaru, he might feel a little pressure to play fast so as to not get flagged. Because Hikaru does that all the time. Oh, it's over. Arteme has gone to the semis. Wow. What an upset
he resigned?
that is.
He resigned? He could not stand it?
Yes, he resigned because the king is going to a6. The pawn goes to b8 directly. There's no way to stop it.
It's impossible to stop king a6, b5, b6, b7, and b8 is also guarded by g7, g3 bishop. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Amazing, guys. Chat, let's show our appreciation for Arteme. Let's go Arteme OP in the chat. This has been a spectacular performance by Arteme, beating Hikaru, going all the way till Armageddon, and winning when it really mattered. And it was also a very, very clean game to win the last one. He really outplayed Hikaru using his superior strategic technique as far as this match was concerned. I think this has really been a spectacular performance, and love the way Arteme has done it.
Absolutely. And you guys wanted to miss this.
Well, I wouldn't have minded. I mean, but sometimes you don't know what you really want.
Yeah, and it was really,
this
really
Armageddon
nice.
was one of the things.
It was really well played from Arteme. He's truly underrated player. And we know him more and more now, and he got such a long way to come in here. And then he will be facing Wesley So in the next round.
Yes, he faces Wesley So, and the other matchup is between Aronian against Lee Kwang Lian.
Yeah.
Who I think they are both. They both might be on. I mean, I know that Aronian is moving to St. Louis, and I think Lee Kwang used to study in Webster University, and so it's going to be an interesting matchup. Both of them playing. Both of them linked to St. Louis in some way, although one is from Armenia and the other from Vietnam. Completely different parts of the world.
Always goes to Rome. Yeah, there's an incredible day for us. Such a upset for many players here. We had Shahir Mamedyarov knocked out. Hikaru Nakamura knocked out. Also, Jordan One Forest knocked out, and Ali Reza. Those are big names. Those are big names, but also another big names are staying in the game. And the tournament is still going on, and this is not the end. We're gonna see a lot of beautiful games and also upsets, and a lot of stories also from our side. So you guys, please make sure that you follow the channel and also come back for another rounds.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Keti. It was lovely commentating with you as always. Thank you so much, chat. And we'll be back at 8:20 tomorrow. But until then, do watch the space on my channel for lots of clips and entertaining content with Keti, me, and Sahaj.
Bye for now, and see you tomorrow.